aller en avant et l'autre pour revenir en arrière.
Ok. C'est lui qui va... Ladies and gentlemen, hello everyone, welcome. This is not going to work. What to do? Hello, hello everyone, welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the CDR Summit 2023. We're very excited to have you all here. My name is Chris Sherwood. I'm the Secretary General at the Negative Emissions Platform, and I'm your host for today's event. Come have a seat or yeah. Ah, yeah, okay. Here? Here's good? Okay. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's get started. Let's get started. Can you please take a seat or pause your conversations? Welcome. My name is Chris Sherwood. I'm the Secretary General of the Negative Emissions Platform, your host for today. We're super excited to have you all here, and we really hope that you find this event interesting and exciting and inspiring. So we've designed an event which is really centered around the networking and the learning and the interaction. So around the room or on the side, you can see some tables, and there's another room. So if you go out through this door, at the back to the end of the hallway and turn left, you'll come to another room which is called Agora, and the Agora room also has some tables where some organizations are showing their technology, their projects, or you can get information about who they are and what they do. So it's designed around that, and punctuating the day, we have 3 sessions. The first session will be an intro, which I'll introduce very shortly. The second will be with our partners at Breakthrough Energy, who have organized a great session on the policy questions. And then the third will be a business leadership session where you can get to know 4 of our business leaders who will be on stage. The idea is that you really kind of understand who we are as a community and what we care about and why we're in this business. So if you're new to CDR, which is some of you, but probably not very many yet, we want you to come away with your basic questions about CDR answered, but we also want you to leave with more questions. And we want you to go away thinking that this is very exciting and you'd love to learn more and you'd love to be more involved in CDR. And so, we'd love to carry on having a relationship with you and be able to engage with you and enrich the public debate about carbon removals. So just some housekeeping questions. First of all, so this event is live streamed on our website and social media. And so by attending, you are agreeing to being captured on camera. If you can choose to sit in a designated area where the camera does not capture you, and I think Alina's going to point to where that designated area is. That's on the side there beyond the columns, so if you don't want to be captured. Secondly, there will be a Twitter wall on the screens, which you can use by sharing your thoughts, and you can use that with the hashtag CDR Summit hashtag. So that's that. If you want to access the venue's guest Wi-Fi network, please take a look at the side tables. I understand that there's some information here. Oh, here on the little signs about the Wi-Fi. And lastly, if you have any questions or need any help, please don't hesitate to ask me or my colleague Alina, who's standing in the back with the pink jacket. So, With that said, I'm delighted to be able to introduce to you our two keynote speakers, Eli Mitchell-Larsen and Mark Preston Aragonés. I hope that's pronounced properly. I'm more confident with Mitchell-Larsen than I am with Aragonés. And these two guys are going to give you what we hope will be a really engaging and exciting introduction to carbon removals. Mark is a policy manager at Bellona, the Norwegian climate NGO, where he's been for 5 years. He's been engaged in the NEGEM H2020 project since 2019 or 2020 and is leading the work package on European and international governance. He's been coordinating Bellona's CDR work since then across their offices in Norway and Germany, and his main ambition in the field has been to make people understand the need for CDR as well as the limits to its deployment, trying to straddle the line between the hype and over-caution. Eli is the Chief Science and Advocacy Officer and co-founder of Carbon Gap. Carbon Gap is an independent, philanthropically funded non-profit organization focused on responsibly scaling up carbon dioxide removal in Europe. That was very smooth. As an important complement to emissions reductions. They work across all carbon removal methods, bringing the best technical expertise to inform European policymaking. Their efforts are focused in Brussels, with additional staff in France, Switzerland, and the UK. Eli is an associate at Oxford Net Zero at the University of Oxford, and prior to establishing Carbon Gap, he's advised companies on net zero strategies and responsible carbon removal procurement, and he was COO of Sun Farmer, which was a social enterprise that designs, deploys, and finances solar installations in Nepal. So with that breathless introduction, welcome to Mark and Eli on stage. Let me just grab you a microphone.
Thank you, Chris. Wow, that was one of the deeper cut bios I've heard in a long time. Thank you, Chris. And thank you to the Negative Emissions Platform for having us here today. Thank you for the introduction. We can skip through that. We have the enviable or unenviable task, I don't know which, of the intro talk about what is CDR. And I see a lot of familiar faces in the room, so hopefully this won't be too redundant for you. But what we hope is, whether you're new to CDR or you've been in the carbon management community for a while, we're going to give you slightly new creative ways to think about the what, the why, and the how of carbon removal. So kind of useful conceptual building blocks that you can use in your work in the carbon management space to communicate even better. Oh, there we go. So the what, the why, and the how of carbon removal. A little delay here, but I'll vamp while we're waiting for the slides to advance. The what of carbon removal. What is carbon removal? You've heard it before, I hope. But carbon removal is any activities that remove CO2 from the atmosphere or ocean and store it durably in geological, terrestrial, or ocean reservoirs or in products, so says the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. And of course, that means it's a wide array of methods, some of which we haven't even unveiled as of yet.
So what is carbon dioxide removal if we look at some of the components of carbon dioxide removal once this loads?
Try pointing here? Okay, maybe, yeah.
So at Bellona, we've taken to using these 4 principles developed by Samantha Tanzer in 2019 to define, to use as the guiding principles to define carbon dioxide removal. So there's these 4 principles which I'll break down now and talk to you about. So the first one is that CO2 is physically extracted from the atmosphere. There's a next slide somewhere. Where do I point? Okay. The first principle is that CO2 has to be physically extracted from the atmosphere. And so here I've taken 3 typical examples that we'd see in the CDR community. Biomass with CCS, direct air capture and storage, and forestation type projects. What we're talking about here is extracting the CO2 from the air with photosynthesis via biomass for both forestation and biomass with CCS style projects, or extraction via chemicals for direct air capture. Sorry, the slides are going forward a bit too quickly. The second principle is that the extracted CO2 has to be permanently stored. And so if I could go back, it would be nice, but unfortunately I can't. There it is. For CCS projects, we're storing that carbon in geological formations. With forestation projects, we're storing it in the biomass itself. Thanks. And with direct air capture and storage projects, we're storing it in geology. So effectively, storing that carbon in different types, making sure that that CO2 stays away from the atmosphere for as long as possible. Eli will go later on a bit further into how we can break down this concept of permanence. The next principle is equally important and often ignored, is that all greenhouse gas emissions associated with the removal and storage processes must be comprehensively estimated and included. So here what this means is all of the emissions from the extraction of the resources, the energy that was used to power the processes, the mining, the transport emissions, all of this needs to be included into the emission balance of any project that is doing carbon dioxide removal if we want to achieve the desired outcome, which is the fourth principle, that more atmospheric CO2 has to be permanently removed from the atmosphere than we are emitting greenhouse gases in the process of doing so. It's a little bit, it's in a way quite simple. We just need to be taking out more than we're putting in, because otherwise that defies the whole purpose.
Next slide. So I think we're advancing this way.
Yeah, so what happens if we apply these principles and we look at where the CO2 comes from and where it goes, so the first two principles as screening criteria, what is not CDR becomes quite clear. So this is a CCU project. The CO2 originally came from the geological store. We've used it once in an industrial installation, captured it, used it, and in this example, used it to make fuels. We combust the fuel, the CO2 goes into the atmosphere. That's a flow of carbon from the geosphere to the atmosphere. That's very clearly an emission. There might be some climate benefit in there, but it's not removals. The second example, a typical CCS project. So we've extracted carbon from the geosphere, we've used it once in the industrial installation, we capture that CO2 before it reaches the atmosphere, put it back in the ground. The CO2 doesn't come from the atmosphere, it has been permanently stored, it's still not removals. That's very clear. And now the final example, here I've taken the example of a bio-CCS project. It could also apply to DAX, could also apply to afforestation. But the point is, the CO2 originates from the atmosphere via the biomass, is captured with the biomass, is then used in the industrial installation. We capture the CO2 before it gets to the atmosphere, permanently stored. It comes from the atmosphere, it's permanently stored. That process can be carbon dioxide removal, provided it meets the third principle, of course. But this visualization here, I always find a very useful way to see when we might be doing carbon dioxide removal and when we're very, very clearly not.
Next slide. I'll try to just indicate, that way we can go faster. So this is just another way of thinking about exactly what Mark just explained. And it's tricky, right? Here we are in Brussels, where a lot of us speak with Brussels stakeholders all the time. And again, we get this confusion between carbon capture, carbon removal, carbon capture utilization. The trick is that they're all asking different questions. CCU asks, does it have monetary value? CDR asks, did it come from the atmosphere, did it go into storage? And CCS asks, does it happen to utilize a specific set of capture and storage technologies, geological storage? So they don't really exist in the same logic space, and yet people confuse these terms, so we have to work to disambiguate them. On the next slide, we just wanted to make the point that putting it all together, of course, there's also this way of looking at the kind of modularity of the steps in a full chain carbon dioxide removal method or process. So first you have to extract the CO2, then you have the conversion step where that carbon is converted to a storable format. Think about combusting biomass into CO2 or converting biomass into non-labile, pyrolyzed biochar components. You have a transport step and you have a storage step, and you can really mix and match these. And that's, I think, another important kind of conceptual underpinning to share with stakeholders, that we can get creative and find all the different ways of delivering those. Next slide. And so this is an illustration we commissioned just to kind of help highlight to a non-specialist audience that the entirety of our physical geography is available to us to find ways of taking CO2 out of the air and storing it. And that includes geological storage, ocean CDR, et cetera. On the next slide, we wanted to zoom in and say, for our work as advocates and civil society representatives, we have to be really careful that we don't describe any carbon removal methods normatively in terms of being better or worse than one another. And that's probably familiar to the members of the negative emissions platform. Rather, they all have various strengths and weaknesses, and we need to compare them against those criteria. One criterion we wanted to zoom in on is this permanence and durability ambiguity, because we have an IPCC definition, which hopefully will be enshrined in the CRCF, we'll see, which defines carbon removal as the storage, carbon stored durably. We also have a lot of people talking about the permanence of carbon storage. And so we just wanted to zoom in on this and try to disambiguate it. And these are our ideas. This isn't backed up by the IPCC, but I think it's a really useful way of differentiating. And that is to say that permanence is really an ideal case. Nothing is actually permanent, right? Even very long-lived geological stored carbon, someday in the distant future, it will likely be released. And so really, permanence is really just an ideal reference case that we compare actual carbon storage to. Whereas I think durability is a really useful term to describe something that's really just a statement of fact. It is the estimate of the reversal risk of a given piece of carbon storage. Now, how do we know that reversal risk? Sometimes we have historical data, often we don't. Sometimes we have lab experiments, and sometimes we have modeling. But we do our best to estimate the risk of reversal, and then we can plot that and look at the expected residence time, which is how long we hope the carbon will stay stored. And this is a very idealized chart because, of course, a reversal risk doesn't just stay the same over time. But if you did have an average reversal risk of 10%, then on average, you'd expect that carbon to remain stored for 10 years, 1%, 100 years, and so on. But the key here is that describing one form of carbon removal, like forestation, as less durable than another doesn't mean that it's worse. It just means you rely on different mechanisms to keep that climate benefit secure. Those mechanisms might be legal, they might be financial, they will certainly involve human systems trying to keep that carbon stored and make sure somebody's liable if something goes wrong. So they're valuable, but they're inherently riskier than actually more durable carbon storage, which is geochemically fixed. In the next slide, we're just repeating the chart of different characteristic timescales from the State of CDR report, which itself is sourcing from the IPCC, just to highlight that this is an active area of further definition about what these reversal risks actually are. But we hope that's useful in your work to think about the difference between these two terms and how they can actually mean different things, and we can use them to help enhance people's understanding. Now we'll move on to the next slide. The why of carbon dioxide removal. Thank you. Mark?
And next slide again, please.
Why do we need to remove carbon?
Exactly. So this is a question that we've been asking ourselves a lot in the NGO community. And I think this graph visualizes that quite well. We've basically not been cutting emissions anywhere near as fast as we should be. This graph shows the rate at which we could have been cutting emissions if we'd started earlier. And we see, obviously, the curve gets steeper and steeper as we fail to cut emissions but keep the same temperature goal. Now, this graph doesn't have removals in it, but that's a pretty intimidating graph to look at. But so effectively, we haven't been cutting emissions fast enough, and the more we lag behind, the more we need to cut, the more we will need removals, and the harder the discussion gets. So effectively, this gets back to the point of we need to be cutting emissions as quickly as possible. We cannot avoid that part of the discussion. That's an asterisk that needs to go at the start of any conversation on removals. Next slide, please. Also, we need to recognize carbon dioxide removal is unavoidable. And those are the words from the latest IPCC report. This is a stylized version of what they published earlier this year, which outlines 3 sequential roles for carbon dioxide removal, which we can see as before net zero, at net zero, and after net zero. Now, before net zero, what we need is for carbon dioxide removal to accelerate our climate action. So this very much needs to sit on top of emission reduction plans. At net zero, this is where we have a double carbon neutral or climate neutral outcome. So we see the dotted line is carbon neutral, the straight line is climate neutral. We will need carbon dioxide removal to balance out residual CO2 emissions that we don't know how to get rid of, or don't want to, or are, it's too expensive, and to balance out those non-CO2 emissions as well, that for the same reason we can't get rid of. The key distinction here being that the European Union has a 2050 climate neutral target, which implies that we need to be carbon neutral before then. So before 2050, we'll need to be carbon neutral. Sounds a bit scary. The final role for removals is eventually we need to be removing more CO2 from the atmosphere than we're actually adding, and then we can start hopefully drawing down concentrations down to less unmanageable levels, knowing that there's no manageable level of CO2 concentrations. Next slide, please. Yeah, again, sorry. Now, why does the IPCC talk so much about CDR? I'm sure many of you have seen this graph before. It's from the special report on 1.5, which I think many people could credit as where the CDR conversation really kicked off. This was sort of 2019. Everyone from that point on has been talking about removals in the policy space. So the IPCC scenarios often come out with very big headline numbers. So we see large ranges from we need 100 to 1,000 gigatons of CO2 to be removed by the end of the century. Now, that's a very large range, firstly. And secondly, those numbers are taken from integrated assessment models. These are economic optimization models. They tend to make relatively simple decisions and take often imperfect assumptions. That's just the way it works. They're helpful in their own way, but they're not prescriptive. Now, what happens in these models is we often see a very large degree of BECCS, which here is seen in yellow. We see that pop out quite a lot in the P3 and P4 scenarios, which are a bit more pessimistic. We see much more emissions, much more use of fossil fuels, much less emission cuts in the beginning. But the reason these models gravitate towards BECCS so much is that BECCS provides energy and removals at the same time, and the models love that because it's cheaper to do that than to deploy more renewables. They can just fix two problems at once, and that's that. So often the numbers are just portrayed, they're taken at face value, and we don't really scratch under the bonnet. What I'm trying to say is that the IPCC scenarios often don't include a lot of the real-life constraints that we might see, such as biomass supply. We saw that the latest IPCC report included a biomass limit of 300 exajoules, whereas the IEA takes a much more constrained 100 exajoules. Now, that obviously affects the rate at which we can remove carbon. The point is, all of these numbers reflect a need for carbon dioxide removal, but they don't necessarily reflect how much we can actually remove in real life. And that's something that we need to be very cautious of. Next slide. The thing I do want you to remember, though, is that there's 3 roles, and these are the roles, and we need to make sure that we cut emissions as much as possible, that removals sit on top of emission reductions in the meantime, and that later on, those can be used to balance out residual emissions and can then be used to turn back time, if you can call it that.
Great. So we've talked about, if you move on to the next slide, the what of carbon removal. What is it? What are the key components that you need to understand and you need to communicate? Mark's gone over the why. Why is it unequivocal that we need very large volumes of carbon removal to meet our climate goals? And what are the specific use cases? Now we're going to talk about the how and get into a little bit more of the nitty-gritty on how we use carbon removal on the next slide. And soon I'll just ask you to keep advancing. So it's also worth thinking about the kind of subtleties between a negative carbon flux, so just observing a flow of CO2 that comes from the atmosphere into a carbon stock, and the second piece, which Mark has described, what is carbon removal? Because, of course, carbon removal is only the portion of that negative flux that we can attribute to human action. It's also only the portion that can be secured for long-term storage, and it's the portion that's net of associated emissions. So if you like, carbon removal, you can think of as kind of a subset of an overall negative emission. And you could go even deeper. You could say that carbon removal and a negative carbon flux they are physical things we can observe in the real world. We can look at it and we can measure it. But a climate benefit is something we've created as humans. It exists in our world of carbon accounting. And the key about a climate benefit is somebody's going to claim that climate benefit, and they're going to do something with it. On the next slide, I want to draw your attention to, well, first, the sort of 3 different types of climate benefit that Mark went over in the beginning. Of course, we're only talking about the removal piece, and it's really just that net portion on the end. On the next slide, you can see in simple terms that really, removal is the only of the 3 climate benefits that actually has a physical flux of carbon that can be measured. That's an advantage, really, over the legacy carbon market and the legacy carbon project types, which really need to, go the way, phase out and hopefully disappear relatively soon, and find other models for financing. On the next slide, we want to make this very clear distinction between the 2 types of claims that somebody can make with this climate benefit. So someone can make a contribution claim, and that means that some amount of carbon has been removed, someone has financed that removal, and the only thing they can claim is that their contribution created that climate benefit. So there needs to be additionality, there needs to be proper MRV, but they're not doing anything with it, right? And so that's kind of the safest form of claim, because that's a way of getting the carbon removal industry going. It's the way of generating benefit for the environment and the climate, but it doesn't undermine any other activities or any other emissions. On the right, we have something trickier, and I'll ask you to just advance maybe once every 5 or so seconds. So a compensation claim is when somebody actually purchases carbon credits, purchases that carbon removal, if you will, or purchases the climate benefit, and they say that that's actually compensating for some emission that they've had. So they're claiming to neutralize. And of course, when we compensate, the thing we're compensating for needs to be equal and opposite to the damage we're doing. And there are some tricky things with that, especially here in Brussels when we're needing to make the case to policymakers that this can work, because there are a lot of bad compensation claims out there. One note to make is that climate damages are often nonlinear. So it's important when we're communicating that we don't say that a compensation claim is one and done. There are some damages to the environment that can't be reversed. So carbon removal shouldn't be thought of as a complete and perfect reverse and neutralization of an emission. And second, it really matters which emissions are being compensated for. So a negative flux doesn't care, but in the world of accounting, you have to say which unit of removal is matched against which emission. And it matters which emissions. Are those emissions truly difficult to decarbonize, or are they much easier? And finally, we need to look at which removals are being used to claim that compensation. So on the next slide, we want to highlight the fact that this really ties back to the concept of net zero and how we need to get to net zero, but not all net zeros are the same. Here we see what's happening today. We're dumping carbon in the atmosphere at an alarming rate. A lot of it's going into the land and ocean biosphere, but not enough. And none of it's going back into the geosphere, practically. Advance, please. And again, what you see on the right is net zero. It's a state in which we're still emitting carbon to the atmosphere, albeit less, and a lot of carbon's going into the biosphere to counteract that. So the same amount of carbon's going into the atmosphere as is going into the biosphere. That is net zero. It is a balance of emissions and removals, but it is not a stable net zero state. It is essentially the act of converting fossil fuels into trees, which we cannot do forever, right? There's only a certain amount of space in the biosphere to accommodate that, and we're basically stacking up that risk, and we're asking a lot of nature. So when we advance once more, we'll see that this concept of durable net zero, sometimes referred to as geological net zero, where we're balancing both sinks. We're thinking distinctly about the geosphere and about the biosphere, because going back to this concept of durability, some forms of carbon storage are innately more secure than others. So it's important that we actually achieve 2 balances, a balance between the carbon coming out of the geosphere, the fossil fuels we extract, with removals that store carbon back in that same place, as well as a balance in the biosphere. So however much carbon we're emitting in the biosphere, we need to be storing more than that. And we need to stabilize and grow the natural carbon stock. On the next slide, just to hammer home this point that what this means for compensation claims is, You can only compensate for fossil fuel emissions with permanent geochemically bound storage. And really, you can only reasonably compensate for emissions from the biosphere with restoration and storage in the biosphere. That's a really key point that I hope we're on the cusp of getting across in the Brussels policy ecosystem and beyond. Next slide, please.
So how should we regulate carbon dioxide removal then? Firstly, as I've said repeatedly, we need to establish ambitious emission reduction targets. That goes without saying almost. On top of that, we need an additional separate carbon dioxide removal target that is also separate. So we need to manage the land and the geological sinks separately. So I'm now talking 3 different targets: emission reduction target, carbon removal target, split into land sink target and permanent geological target. And at the same time, we need to regulate and clarify net zero claims, back to the point that Eli made about compensation claims, to make sure that we're only balancing emissions that could not otherwise have been abated with the right type of removal. And that's the only way to really make a proper net zero claim. Next slide, please. And so this is our closing point, is that there's often a lot of, I guess, conflict, or not necessarily conflict, but debate, which is sometimes unnecessary in the CDR space. There's some very optimistic views, there's some very pessimistic views, and I think it's important to recognize that there is a middle ground. It is there, and I think personally, I think what is missing is ability to have the right policy framework in place that can address both concerns. So within those who are very positive and those who are very negative, I think we all agree here that we need to cut emissions as quickly as possible, and that is the priority. We also recognize that we need carbon dioxide removal, and we also agree that both need to happen in parallel. They can't eat into each other. So we need to build a policy framework which accommodates for that.
Right, and I think what we've tried to convey with the what, the why, and the how of carbon removal is we're at the beginning of, we hope, a really concerted and rapid growth of the scale-up of carbon dioxide removal in a responsible way, right, as a complement to emission reduction. And as we do that, it's never been more important for us as a community and beyond to be able to talk about and communicate the fundamental issues on carbon dioxide removal. So we've got people that are optimistic, we've got people that are concerned. We need to reflect both, and we ourselves need to be those concerned individuals who worry about mitigation deterrence and engage with it urgently, who actually worry about tricky questions like defining what is hard to decarbonize. That's going to be a political challenge, and we think it needs to happen very, very soon, even if it's a bit scary. We need to actually focus on restoring ecosystems for their own sake. So even if we're working on higher durability carbon removal methods, it's important, I believe, as members of the climate struggle, to actually work as well to come up with new ways to finance the restoration of nature and terrestrial carbon sinks that don't rely on compensation, if that's no longer a viable means. So we hope, on the next slide, just to say that we hope you've enjoyed this rapid tour through a bunch of kind of conceptual building blocks. We hope you'll get in touch, and thank you again to Chris and Nep for having us. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mark and Eli. That was super interesting and fun. Great to have 2 of you on stage interacting. And so now I invite you to go back to your networking, go back to the stands where the companies, I think mainly in the other room, where the companies are displaying their various products and projects. Discuss, talk, learn, and see you back here at 3:30, which is almost 45 minutes away, so you can have a good long time to talk. Thank you. bring you the central part of our agenda. Central not just because it's in the middle of the agenda, but because it's so important. And invite you to come back to your seats and put a bookmark in your conversations. Okay. We wanted you to be very interactive and have lots of networking, and clearly we've done too good a job on that. Okay, welcome back everyone. This is our second session, which is going to be policy focused with a strong transatlantic flavor. And I just want to hand over to Maria Leis from our partner Breakthrough Energy to introduce this second session.
Hello everyone, it's great to be here and great to see so many familiar and so many new faces. We are hosting the second session, so welcome everyone. We are focusing on transatlantic aspects of scaling up carbon removal activities. My name is Maria Leis, I work for Breakthrough Energy Europe and I'm based here in Brussels. First of all, I want to thank the team of the Negative Emissions Platform, in specific Chris and Alina, for hosting this summit today. In a short time, you pulled together an impressive program, and it's great to have the whole, or a big part of the CDR community here in Brussels at the heart of European policy making. I'm pleased to welcome distinguished speakers from both sides of the Atlantic today here at the session. We won't have much time, so let's dive right into it. We will start with a little keynote by my very colleague, Jack Andreasen. Jack is Carbon Management Manager at Breakthrough Energy based in Washington, D.C. And I'm particularly pleased that he is here today because 95% of what I know about CDR I learned from Jack. So yeah, he will kick us off with an overview of what is going on CDR in the US, as well as sharing his views on the CDR landscape in Europe. Jack, it's great to have you, and the stage is yours.
All right, I've been standing all week, so I'm going to sit down for this one. And thank you, Maria. Thank you, NEP, for having us here. And thanks, everybody, for joining us. So yeah, I'm Jack Andreasen. I work for Breakthrough Energy. We're looking to accelerate the climate to a net zero goal by 2050. We do this and we think about it in the context of what we call the 5 grand challenges. So the major sort of emitting sectors: electricity, transportation, agriculture, manufacturing, and buildings. Obviously, there's crossover with all of these, but these we kind of group. We do this by using a sort of innovation pipeline from project ideation to putting steel in the ground. We do this through 3 vehicles that we have within our organization. The first is called the Breakthrough Fellows Program. This is an incubator accelerator style organization. We then have a traditional venture capital team, and we have a team called Breakthrough Catalyst, which is project level financing for first of a kind and pilot projects on things like direct air capture. They just issued, I believe it was a $50 million grant to Xcel Energy, which is a utility in the United States, to purchase long-duration energy storage batteries from Form Energy. So it's an example of how that money has gone out and getting these otherwise projects that have a missing piece of the capital stack in the ground. But like I said, they do things like DAC too, and that sort of brings me here to Europe. I was in Zurich yesterday at the Climeworks conference, and it was great to see not just the first commercial facility, but it was great to see the European contingent of CDR. Given that, after the Inflation Reduction Act and Investment Act, most of DAC deployments are looking at the United States right now due to the generous policy benefits. However, DAC has its foothold in Europe with the Climeworks headquarters, project in Iceland, the newly announced sort of Norwegian potential 45Q policy, as well as pilot projects in Norway done by Remover. The Europeans are leading on the sort of regulatory side of things. The certification of removals into the EU system, EU ETS system, is going to be vital. We were speaking today about how Whether it's in the European ETS or whether it's direct government procurement, what governments decide are the regulations around what is a durable carbon dioxide removal is going to be a signal to the voluntary and compliance markets on what they should be, what companies should be purchasing. So what makes it into this, and maybe more importantly, what makes it out of this, will be defining CDR going forward. On the United States, for those who are maybe not as familiar with some of the policy we've recently passed, the flagship is a $3.5 billion DAC hubs program. This is for 4 regional DAC hubs across the United States with intention of, by the time they're installed, doing 1 million tons a year. At each of them, multiple companies can participate in these hubs. It's an incredible program and will define DAC in the United States for decades to come. We also passed amendments to 45Q, which is a tax credit that pays companies, whether CCS or DAC, to store carbon dioxide permanently, and DAC receives $180 a ton for each ton of CO2 that they store. Fundamentally, what we're doing in the United States is driving down the green premium associated with DAC. So the cost of DAC right now is very high. It needs revenue, it needs offtake, and the difference between what a company could do to reduce their emissions and the cost of DAC, we think of this, right, as the sort of green premium. And so DAC in that way represents a price ceiling on a net zero plan. It's going to always be, because of thermodynamics, the most expensive way to get rid of CO2. But then looking forward, we have a point in time now where we can look at the next generation of CDR policies. And in the United States, we're thinking about DAC at the moment has received disproportionate amounts, basically all of the policy support at the federal level. We need to think, yes, DAC and other durable forms of CDR. There's a number of different pathways, many of them mentioned already today: bio-oil, biomass, enhanced rock weathering, ocean alkalinity. You can go down the list. There are other durable ways to store CDR, and we should be incentivizing those. And what does that actually look like? Well, these are policies for research and development. The United States government put out $25 million for MRV research that is being done by the national labs. This looks like funding for first-of-a-kind projects and pilots in each one of these sort of technologies to understand the technical difficulties and work through those to not just drive down the cost, but increase the viability and the durability of each one of these technologies. And then fundamentally, government procurement. At the end of the day, when you look at avoiding the worst outcomes of climate change and the rise in global temperatures, the tons that we will need to remove, whether that's 0 or 10% of the total sort of net zero stack, that tonnage and the dollar amount associated with that tonnage really can only be handled at the level of federal government. They have the purse and capacity to remove and pay for it. And with government procurement in the United States, there was recently reintroduced what is called the CREST Act. This is a bipartisan piece of legislation that was introduced in both the House and the Senate, so Republicans and Democrats both getting behind it. That would do just that. It sets research dollars aside for every CDR technology, as well as a pilot procurement program associated with it. No strict dollar amount attached to it right now, but it would allow the United States for the first time to purchase CO2 fundamentally uniquely for a climate scenario. But there's other things we need. Compliance and voluntary markets will need to get better. We have the low carbon fuel standard in the United States, with direct air capture is able to opt into. We have the removal certification so that removals could play a role in the European ETS. And we need to be able to make credible claims. Every time I get to a CDR conference, I am kind of amazed that it gets repeated on stage every time, and yet we're still talking about it. You need to be able to say you removed a ton of carbon, or however much you removed. You need to be able to show exactly where it is, and you need to be able to account for it over the lifetime of the project within a certain degree of credibility. Without that, you don't have CDR, you don't have a market, and fundamentally, you don't have emissions removals at all. Finally, things that sort of get talked about a little less is the human capital necessary. There's a ton of folks getting into CDR right now, which is great, but we need more, and we don't just need policy folks, as much as I love you all. We need people to actually put steel in the ground. We need workers. We need university programs to start offering CDR as a concentration or even a major. We need engineering programs to start pushing folks into engineering that is related to CDR technologies. This has to be a whole of society approach to scale this, and fundamentally that's going to take a lot of people. The sort of piece that we all talk around today and every conversation I had has dealt with finance, and being able to pay for these and cash flowing through these systems is important for them to grow, and without it, it's just not going to work. And the reason why finance has been slow to this is because it's risky. These technologies have to be de-risked at the project level, and traditional forms of finance will follow once they see that there's going to be a return on their investment. And you can see this happening. JP Morgan Chase just had an incredibly large purchase. Microsoft purchased from Ørsted. And so this sort of like voluntary and compliance markets I think are interesting because they are truly the place, voluntary in particular, where transatlantic partnerships are possible and are happening right now. That is the voluntary market is where the transatlantic partnership is currently taking place. We can scale CDR. We're going to need to. We need supportive policy, supportive regulatory structures to make sure that carbon is removed and stays removed. These are, we need guardrails to make sure financial institutions see the value in it and can put money for it. And as mentioned, we need a workforce to be able to do it in the US, in Europe, and around the world. We can remove carbon, we will, and most importantly, because we must. Thanks for having me.
Thank you very much, Jack, for this great overview. I think that's a very good start for us to really dive into a discussion. And I'm very happy to welcome the speakers on stage. We have here in the room Noah Dyke, Deputy Assistant Secretary for Carbon Management, US Department of Energy, Fabienne Ramos, Carbon Removal Policy Officer at the European Commission, and Ingrid Sudvor, co-founder and director of the NGO Carbon Balance Initiative. Welcome. And on top of that, we have two speakers joining us online. I hope that they are already live. We have Eve Tamme, Managing Director, Climate Principles, a Climate Policy Advisory, as well as Florian Schabus, investor at Planet A, a European climate tech fund. I see Eve, and I'm sure Florian is with us as well. Perfect. Now I can see you both. First of all, thank you for joining us today. I think it's a great panel. It's very diverse from interesting background and most importantly, transatlantic. I didn't introduce your organizations in much detail, so if you want to give more background, also about your previous life, so please do it while you speak. We will get started with the European perspective. So we already heard Jack telling us what is happening in the US, a lot of focus on subsidies and on getting project off the ground. So let's start by looking what is actually happening in Europe, because here it's happening a lot as well. So at the end of last year, the European Commission proposed the carbon removal certification framework, which is designed to ensure carbon removal projects are verified, safe, and transparent. And Fabienne, you have been working very closely on this proposal, and it's great to have you here. I will ask all of you to be brief in your introductory statements, so please speak around 3 minutes maximum. And I would like to ask you to kick us off by explaining how the Carbon Removal Certification Framework, CRCF, will shape future carbon markets in Europe and beyond, also in countries like the US, and what else is needed to scale CDR in Europe. Thank you, Fabienne.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Maria. Yes, so I'm Fabien Ramos. I'm working at the European Commission, and specifically on carbon removal. The carbon removal certification framework is something that probably many of you already know, but very briefly, we see it as our tool for the integration of carbon removal, the future integration of carbon removal in the European policy. Because we know it, Europe needs carbon removal to be climate neutral, and being climate neutral is our ambition. And to integrate this carbon removal in our policy framework, we need to be sure about the quality of this carbon removal. Is it correctly quantified? Is it stored for the long term? What are the sustainability aspects? Are they respected? And all these kind of things. And in Europe, we know that we have a tendency to regulate things, and we think that to be really sure about the quality of this carbon removal, we needed a standard, a common standard across Europe that all member states in Europe, all countries in Europe can agree on what should be a good quality of carbon removal. And when we have that, we can look at the specific policies to integrate this carbon removal. Some options have been mentioned, and this is going to be the next step. What kind of market, what kind of carbon removal market we can create? We might start in a kind of pilot phase to look at the voluntary carbon market options, but very quickly, if we want to reach the level of carbon removal that we need for the climate neutrality, and in Europe, we are talking about 100 million tons of carbon that needs to be removed from the atmosphere, then the voluntary carbon market alone, let's be clear, will not be sufficient. And we need to integrate that in our policy. Jai mentioned the ETS, of course. There is a possibility with the ETS. So should we look at carbon removal in a separated way? So to look at carbon removal on one side, ETS emissions reductions on the other side? Should we merge both? Should we do a link but controlled by a kind of entity in between, etc.? This is a kind of option that we'll look at that. And once the certification framework will be in place, we'll have, once again, the tool to do that correctly.
Thank you very much, Fabienne. And yeah, you mentioned the ETS with the, end goal to monetize it, basically. And that brings me to the US, where money played a big role in the incentive schemes that have been set up. Jack already gave an overview of the policies that have been implemented. And Noah, you were very involved in many of the programs. I now want to look at the international dimension of this and would like to ask you, based on your experience, how do you envision the international cooperation on scaling up carbon removals, and what role the Transatlantic cooperation, so everyone that is present here in this room, can actually play?
Yeah, thank you, Maria. And I promise we didn't plan it this way, but what we're doing in the US is basically everything but making a standard for carbon removal purchases. So stepping back, there's really three big buckets of what we're working on. One is the science and innovation funding. We have big programs for R&D, we have funding for pilots, small and large, and I think notably the direct air capture hubs is a multi-billion-dollar investment to get commercial scale CDR projects off the ground, large commercial scale. In addition, we have a suite of tax credits to incentivize various types of carbon removal, and we're launching a CDR purchasing pilot, which is the third pillar of what we're doing. In addition to that purchasing pilot, we have things around a standard. We're working on guidance for best practices in doing life cycle carbon accounting. We're supporting tools and research and frameworks for measurement, reporting, and verification. What we're not doing is saying, here's a standard for CDR. And so that's where I think we have this opportunity for collaboration, because we need all of that to have this comprehensive carbon removal industry of the future take off. And so figuring out how we can work together to leverage what is possible in the US and what is possible in the European context, I think is really important, because I recognize that we can't come to the EU and say, hey, why don't you also have a $3.5 billion grant program for carbon removal solutions, even if we know that the $3.5 billion that we have is a good start, but we need it way more funding in way more geographies, right? So I think figuring out how we can take the strengths of what's happening on either side of the Atlantic is exactly where we want to end up.
Yes, thank you so much, Noah. And yes, as you said, that's why we are here. So please be bold, present your best ideas, and then we will, try to follow up on them. And now I would like to invite Florian Chabos, who is joining us online, to actually explain us a bit from the investor's perspective, because that's what we need. We need investments in CDR, also private investments. In the end, the state is a leverager, but we also need private investments. What, based on your experience, when screening a CDR company or a climate tech company more broadly, what you take into consideration, and what kind of instruments and support mechanisms are actually helping to make the space more attractive. Thank you, Florian.
Yeah, hi everyone, great to be here, and I hope the internet connection works. I'm with a climate tech fund called Planet A. We're based out of Germany, and we do early stage investments in impactful sustainability technologies, very much across the board, looking at all sectors and industries with a particular focus on hard to abate sectors, because that's where we think, both from a commercial perspective, but also from an impact perspective, there's a lot to be done. So that's why also CDR is a really interesting space for us, because if you think about it, it's basically an entirely new industry that we somehow have to get off the ground to reach our climate goals. So there's lots and lots of opportunities, and there's been quite some venture capital activity happening, in particular in direct air capture. So when we look at these companies, we obviously have to take into account kind of like what we as venture capital investors look for in terms of impact, but also the growth perspective of a company. And then I'd say there's kind of like two major considerations. The one is that a lot of the technologies we need for CDR are, very CapEx intensive. It's hardware that we need, right? We can't fix our problems with software only. So there's a certain technology scale up aspect that we have to look into. And the second one is really the market side of things, which I think is a fundamental aspect for us, which is a big difference between CDR companies and other sectors that we look into that might work in energy efficiency, etc. Because there is factually no deep market for high quality CDR as of now. Of course, commitments, and there's companies stepping up, but we're really far away from a functioning market, which in our view is really vital for the future success of carbon removal. And if I look at the market bit, there's as Jack already mentioned, regulation plays a big role. I mean, we need certification, we need other let's say elements of a functioning market. But I think by far the biggest lever in terms of policy that we see is really stimulating demand, both from a voluntary side, but also from a public side, whether it's public procurement or ETS or other forms of offtake. I think that's critical. And then on the other aspect, really catalytic capital to help those technologies at the early stages get out of the lab and de-risk to a stage where they are relevant for us as private investors. So yeah, there's a lot to be done, but we're very, very excited to play a role in that, and hope to scale up the CDR industry in Europe as well.
Thank you very much, Florian. And I will now turn to Ingrid, who is based in Norway. And Florian actually just mentioned mechanisms that could work, including incentive mechanisms. There are some early talks in Norway also about incentive mechanisms, actually. So I would like to ask you if you could actually tell us a little bit more about what is going on in Norway and what other countries can also learn from the government's approach there.
Yeah. First, I'm representing Carbon Balance Initiative here today, and we're an NGO initiative coming out of University of Oxford and Oxford Net Zero, where I'm also an associate. And one of the core things we work on is the durable net zero state or definition of net zero, which Mark and Eli highlighted in the introduction speech. And I think that's one of the key takeaways I hope everyone brings out of today, is that this is actually what is needed for stabilization of temperatures. But we also work on policy mechanisms for getting to durable net zero. And one of the countries we look at is Norway, where I'm also from. And I have to, disclaimer, I'm not a wide government. I don't know every policy that the Norwegian government is doing in comparison to Noah, who runs this. But I have contacts in the government and the environmental agency. And I think one thing I'm going to comment on is obviously this reverse tax discussion. But first, I think one of the reasons why Norway is, I guess, often stated as a front runner is, I think, because we were quite early first movers. So we did a lot of R&D funding similar to the US's. We have programs with innovation funds. Remover, the Norwegian DAC company, got received 36 million recently as well. So Norway has been very early on the storage, transportation, and also the R&D for certain of these technologies. And I think that's one of the reasons we're called a front runner on carbon management. The second is obviously this policy instrument debate right now that's happening. So we currently in Norway have no policy instrument that incentivizes CDR at the level that the US has. There is two elements that's being discussed right now. One is the short term, and one is the more long-term framework. And the short term is the reverse tax that I've heard lots of people are interested in. And what I can say is that this is the government commissioned or asked the environmental agency to look into short-term incentivization policies for bio-CCS and for DAC. And one of the highlighted policies that came out of that was the reverse tax of 2,000 kroners per ton, which is equivalent of, I think, around 170 euros, so and so. And it's then proposed for a 10-year period. And what I really want to highlight after talking to some contacts I have is this is not a government proposal. The government has not actively commented on the reverse tax, but it is being reviewed, and we do, obviously, from the CDR community, hope that this is seriously being reviewed. And what I can say is I've asked for timelines, and I think what we can expect is that there will be a comment on this around October when the state budget or the national budgets will come out, and the governments usually then comment on individual policy suggestions. So I'm going to wrap up by what can other countries learn, and I think when I scribbled down in my book this morning, what can we actually learn from Norway? I think there's two things, and one of them is not being afraid to be the first movers and taking risk as a state, as a government, in giving the first subsidies or first supports or grants to do R&D. We all know that governments has a special role to play here, and I think Norway has done this for a while. And then I think the second thing is something close to heart in my work with Durable Net Zero, is that we need to recognize the sort of full chain CDR with a huge then focus also on the transport and storage development and infrastructure. And I think Norway has been good, and they're probably doing this because we're a fossil fuel producing country that is now developing CCS and CDR and recognizing that they need that for their transitioning plan. And I think we need to start that debate at a wider level. So that's it.
Yes, thank you very much, Ingrid. And yeah, we have heard now from different perspectives. We have just heard from a country, Norway. We already listened to the European perspective. And this brings me to Eve. Eve, in your career, you have worked and advised different levels of government and governance, national, European, as well as international. So I would like to ask you, how do national policies and incentive mechanisms play together with the European level, yet to mention the global level like UNFCCC?
Thank you, Maria, and very happy to join you today. Sorry to be on the screen. Every now and then we get the glimpse of the audience, so it's so nice to see familiar faces, or some people I even recognize, from like their hair from behind. So it's great. So the challenge in answering this question when we talk about the national and EU level policies and international policies on removals is that it is still somewhat theoretical, given that removal policies and incentive mechanisms are still emerging. If you look at the traditional removals in the LULUCF sector, then this is clearly something that hasn't been a success story so far, because that sink in EU has been decreasing, not increasing. So whatever policy tools we will put in place for now the broader range of removals, we need to do a lot better than what we have done so far. So broadly speaking, in the ideal world, we would have the Paris Agreement's 1.5-degree target that then trickles down to EU targets, and then those trickle down to country targets, plus then the ETS that delivers parts of this. And then all of this adds up when you go back up from the countries to EU to the Paris Agreement. The reality is more complex because in the case of the EU, we might be adding up to our contribution to the Paris Agreement, but globally, the country's targets, climate targets, don't add up to what we need. They fall way short of the target. And that gap is there also for removals, given that the existing natural removals cannot be scaled to the extent needed, and tech removals will be obviously then increasingly needed. But then again, if you look at Europe, the interesting thing is that countries can and do go beyond what is required in EU policies or targets or incentives or actions, because what EU puts in place is kind of the basis, the lowest common denominator, and countries can do more and go beyond it. And if you look at the climate targets, then several countries have taken on more ambitious targets. But when we look at removals, we're just not yet living in a world where removal targets are a ubiquitous part of a climate policy. So still theoretical. I think it's super, super important to map out all the policy tools and incentives as they are being prepared and announced. That also includes funding streams, and we need to make these accessible. So we have already a laudable initiative by Carbon Gap with their carbon removal policy tracker, but that is still early days. I mean, there could be a lot more information added to it over time, which would help also removal project developers to understand what incentives are available, what kind of support is available, and how they can apply for it. So both on EU level and on the member state level. So to kind of draw things together, we are definitely still in early days. Obviously, everything starts with being able to quantify removals, so hence the carbon removal certification framework that Fabian was talking about is very important. I see that the 2040 target discussions will definitely add urgency on building and revising incentive mechanisms, for example, thinking of the Innovation Fund. And this process should also give ideas how to combine different incentives across national and European level for removals. Thanks.
We heard from Florian, for example, that incentive mechanisms are important. They really speak to the business community. And what I can say from a European perspective, at least, it's the predictability and simplicity, also compared to some of the programs that we have here, that speaks to the business community. And I would like to ask you what other countries can learn from it, and not simply like just putting subsidies, but what are actually learnings that you generated along the ways when implementing these programs. So what did you, what do you want to share from the first projects that you were able to implement?
Yeah, it's a great question. And I think what is a really important shift that has happened in the United States is that instead of thinking about this exclusively as a long-term market context, what we've done is we've pulled that back and said, if we ever want to get to a market in the US that could be linked more globally, we need to innovate now. And so we've shifted our thinking to frame how can we drive innovation. We're not trying to hit specific ton removed goals. What we're trying to do is hit specific innovation goals that will enable us to set and then achieve those broader deployment goals in the future. And so I think once we start to shift how we think and think both in the long term about ultimate scale and markets, and in the short term, how do we actually drive innovation, we start to understand the needs of the project developers, the innovators today. And it really is about building as small a unit as we can to de-risk, and then building as small the next size as we can, and moving forward to actually help meet innovators where they are and project developers where they are. And it's often very challenging to get integrated into a big market that has high barriers to entry. And so what we've tried to do is provide the grant and subsidy support in a way that is usable, is bankable, that investors are able to grasp, thinking about how we can work with companies to really implement, and through that deployment-led innovation, enable us to get to where we need to go in the long term. And hopefully we get to a similar type of outcome, but it enables us to meet the field where it is and help accelerate it as quickly as we can.
Thank you. And if I may ask, how are you able to actually find the most innovative projects that are at the same time able to scale?
I mean, that's the billion-dollar question, right? I think the first lesson that we've learned is that we have the humility to know that we don't know the answer to that question. And so it's making sure that we are supporting a diversity of carbon removal pathways, a diversity of companies within those pathways, and making sure we're not locking in any one technology. Makes it hard when our funding says you have to do direct air capture, it has to be really big, but we recognize that we can support all of the solutions and are working to make sure that we're supporting a basket of technologies. The mutual fund instead of stock picking, because I think it's just too hard to predict what that's going to be. And so on one hand, it's simply doing the innovation work is what matters. And as long as you're starting on that path, picking the winners and losers from that is something that I think the market will ultimately figure out if we give the support of a broad basket of solutions.
Okay, thank you very much, Noah. Fabienne, I will give the chance to you to answer to that, and maybe also highlighting to turn the question around, basically. So what can the US and other countries actually learn from the European approach? And I would also be very interested to learn how you are making sure that innovation plays a role in the mechanisms that you are building up, the CRCF, but we also know that the Innovation Fund is an important funding instrument that you actually have at hand.
Absolutely. The Innovation Fund is extremely important, and I will say a few words about that. But first, to the first part of your question, what can be learned from the experience on Europe? Difficult for me to tell you exactly what US or such country can learn from Europe. And certainly I will not say what Europe should teach to this country. But what I can say is that we are, it has been said, at a very interesting time. The new era of carbon removal is coming. We are at the very beginning. And we have to test different approach, and also approach that are a bit specific for the different regions of the world, because our economy are not functioning exactly the same way. I was mentioning that in Europe we have a tendency for regulation. This is true, and there is some reason for that. Also, for this carbon certification framework, one maybe, and tell me if I'm wrong, a small difference that we see is that I have the feeling that US, and there is very good reason for that, put a bit of focus on direct air capture, for instance. While in Europe, we would like to try to keep as long as possible this portfolio approach. And if you want to have a portfolio approach of different type of carbon removal solution, you need to be able to compare them when you want to fund carbon removal solutions. And the certification scheme that we want to put in place for carbon removal will help for that, because we will have the methodology for quantifying different type of carbon removal solutions that will help to compare what can be achieved with these different solutions. So now to come back on the Innovation Fund. Yes, the Innovation Fund is an interesting source of funding, of course, for projects. We launched a 1 billion call 2 years ago. Last year, it was a 2 billion call. This year will come with a 3 billion funding through this Innovation Fund. And it's open to all the technologies that we need for the future, including carbon management and including carbon removal. So this is true that for now, on the ones very specific on carbon removal, We don't have so many. We have some. We have a lot of carbon management in general. We have a lot of CCUS projects. On the 3 billion fund that we have granted up to now, 1.8 billion were for solutions for projects with at least a part of carbon capture, transport, or storage or use. So it's significant, and we cannot say that we don't do anything. But yes, for carbon removal, we are looking at the different options. One, we will have the certification in place. It will be much easier for us also to look at the possibility for auctioning or for contract for difference or other element that could be used, because we will have the tool to assess the quality of what is proposed. And also it's very important, because if we are unlucky and it doesn't go very well for some project, the civil society that sometimes has still a little bit of doubt on carbon removal could be very unhappy about that, and we would like to avoid this situation. So last point I would like to say, and it has been also raised, Europe is something what we can find in Europe at the level of the European Union itself, but of course in Europe there is also member state, and we need to find complementarity between what could come from the budget of the European Union and what could come from the budget of the member state. We had good examples in Denmark, in Sweden, where we try to put in place projects with this type of complementarity. We are working also a lot with Norway, and to use the infrastructures that are developed in Norway to make projects where CO2 is captured in Europe to be stored. So I think all that is also very important.
Thank you very much, Fabienne. And you are raising the point about civil society and how important acceptance is. And this turns me to you, Ingrid. What do you think? How can we make sure to create public acceptance that is needed to actually scale up CDR projects?
Yeah. I thought about this project and then, or this question, and I'm thinking, so obviously I'm going to talk from what we focus on in carbon balance, and I'm actually going to use a little bit of a story now, because I'm coming from Bonn today. I'm going back to Bonn to the UN Climate Conference, and I want to highlight, the first thing I want to highlight that I think is a responsibility in this room is that there is a very big polarization right now around the need for technological removals. And this is very apparent in the hallways of Bonn, and it's worrying because, as Mark and Eli said in their opening note, this is unavoidable. We need CDR. That also means nature-based solutions, and it means technological removals. So I think there's a real responsibility, both for technology developers, financiers, governments, and also civil society and academia to really try to break through this false information or polarization that's happening right now. And I urge us to brainstorm this together. The second thing, I think a way to solve this that we are experimenting with in carbon balance is that one of the big critiques from civil society is the risk of locking in infrastructure, of locking in huge and a lot of investments that we might not need removals or storage to the degree that we're planning. And what we are trying to do right now in Carbon Balance and our University of Oxford is linking the production of CO2 to the need of storage and removals. And this is one of the things that I would encourage as a narrative to also tell civil society we can actually control for this lock-in risk. That's one of the biggest critiques. And then I guess one final thing that I would like to highlight is this learning from other industries and learning from other experiences. And I know in Norway, one of the biggest critiques of big infrastructure projects or innovation has also been when we do wind parks and we're not really engaging with the community or local communities there, and the local communities are also not benefiting from the development of these projects. So I also do think that one of the things of how we really make public acceptance wide is also to summarize, make them understand that it's unavoidable. Try to link the production of CO2 to the need of storage and removals. And finally, include them in the decisions and in the benefits of actually deploying CDR widely. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Ingrid. And I think it was an excellent point that you made, comparing it to the wind industry and how to actually, engage with local communities. I want to kind of link two questions. So we have talked about what can drive innovation and what can we learn from other industries. And I want to ask Florian, who's joining us online, what can we learn from other industries? How can we drive innovation in CDR?
Yeah, that's a super interesting question, and one that we think about a lot. But I think on a very high level, like CDR is very different from other industries in the sense that it doesn't solve an immediate consumer or company problem, right? It's more of a public goods problem, which is a bit of a difference to energy production, for instance. But the way we think about it is really in terms of problems, right? And then I guess there's for us two different ways. It's either about how can you create a problem where CDR is the solution, or how can you actually solve problems with CDR? And when it's about the first point, if you look at other public goods problems like waste management, right, and stuff like this, it's really the role of government is very important. And I think the more pressure there is to decarbonize and the more stakeholder pressure there is to move to high quality removals, the easier it is going to be to scale up the industry. And like with any other disruptive technology, I mean, you mentioned wind or solar, right? The government really plays a big role in the initial scale up, right? I think we wouldn't be here in renewables if there weren't feed-in tariffs and other government support. So the scale-up question is really something where government plays a big role, I guess, where there's lots of learnings from other industry. But that doesn't solve necessarily the market question, which is really creating demand and offtake for that. And that I think if you put that in place, then also the scale up will follow. So I think it's a bit the other way around. And then the other point is about how can you solve problems with CDR? And I think there we see quite some innovation happening of thinking, okay, how can you actually create co-benefits with CDR that actually deliver value to companies, for instance, right? If you think about biochar in the agriculture space, if you think about injecting CO2 into cement, where there's actually real cost saving and in a sense a business rationale for companies to remove CO2. So I think there's a lot of business model innovation that can happen, and I think there we really see a lot of interesting ideas popping up on a regular basis. I'd also quickly like to touch upon one point that Noah mentioned around this portfolio approach. I think that's also something that we see that is really, really critical, right? In the end, we don't have a crystal ball and knowing which technology is going to be successful in the end, right? But it's about really getting a lot of technologies into the race and then seeing which ones are going to be deployed at scale and deliver the carbon removal that we need. And for certain types of technologies, we as venture capitalists might be the right funding mechanism, but for other types of technologies, we might not be, right? So I think there also has to be a wider discussion happening of what other types of capital do you need to scale up other types of carbon removal, which might not fit the risk profile or the investment focus of venture capital firms.
Thank you very much, Florian. So we heard about different things that actually have to come together to scale up CDR. I also want to ask you the question, Yves, how can we actually encourage and support innovation across the entire CDR value chain, also including transport and storage for CDR? What do you think are the most important points that we can implement and focus on in the next months?
Thanks, Maria. Well, when we talk about innovation, we need to have a built-in openness for new solutions. The challenge, as Florian just mentioned, was CDR is such a wide range of different things. And if we talk about incentivizing or supporting innovation across the entire value chain, then that's can look quite different across different CDR methods. So one thing is, of course, the innovation funding itself. So we have Horizon Europe, we have a member state level funding for that. But then also, like, there has to be, because if you talk about the transport of CO2 and the storage of CO2 in Europe, that is there is a lot of cross-border collaboration that needs to happen for it, and also in that setting, like we need to be ready to learn about new ways how to improve things. And honestly, like the same point I made before on the information being made available and easily available for those who are seeking it, it also applies to innovation funding for different types of CDR projects. And this is actually the case for, it's not a carbon removal specific issue, it's also not a CCS specific issue, but I just keep hearing from different communities that it's so difficult to understand where is support available and how to tap into it. And we as a community, I think, should try to work to make it easier to find and use.
So it's not only about innovation in technology space, but also innovation in the way we should work together and share information. And I think that's a very, very important point, not only here in Europe, but that's actually also we can do Transatlantic. So that's appreciated. We have a few more minutes to actually allow some questions for the audience. So I would like to ask all of you, if you have questions or comments, please make sure to shortly introduce yourself if you speak. Thank you. Do we have an extra microphone?
Thank you, Noah. Hi, I'm Paulo from CarbonX. And a question I have is more for Fabian, and it's or Fabien. The question is, before we settle down on a specific standard for the EU CRCF, could we envisage a sort of a preliminary endorsement mechanism for certain specific CDRs? That would help greatly with demand. Could that be envisaged? And that's maybe a bit of a naive question, but.
Yeah. Thank you. I think so. I would make a difference between there's two different aspects in this question. What we are working on, and this certification of carbon removal, is really the tool, as I said in the introduction, that will allow us to fully integrate in the future, not now. Our 2030 objectives are clearly without carbon removal, but in a post-2030 world. And to do that, we know that we need to do it immediately. So to have this tool for the integration of carbon removal. But it's not that we are not looking today at carbon removal solutions and we are not supporting carbon removal. I think Eve mentioned Horizon Europe. We are also, we have a quite significant budget on the research on carbon removal. Carbon removal, we talk a lot about engineering solution. It's also about carbon farming for us. There might be some discussion on that, but for us it's something important. And we have different funding. In Europe, we have a fund that is called the LIFE program that is giving money for pilot projects that are doing this type of natural-based solutions for carbon removal. Denmark recently announced a project to store carbon from biomass, so waste and other type of biomass in Norway, and this is without the certification scheme already in place. So it's not because we are putting in place this scheme for the future that today projects are not or cannot already happen.
It's not so much about whether or not you're supporting or not. It's about endorsing it and say, this could be future compliant. That's more the question.
So your question is, if we can say today this type of project, you can be sure that the certification scheme, for carbon removal that we are currently discussing under negotiation will accept them. I think there is some indication when you look at the proposal, when we look at the different discussion with the Council and the Parliament. But of course, as long as we don't have the final text signed, we cannot say and that this type of project for sure will be fully in the scope of this. We have to wait for the end of the negotiation between the European Parliament, between the member state, and also we are doing a lot of work with experts in the context of the expert group on carbon removal to define the methodology. And this is a very transparent work stream. the discussion are web streamed online, and we invite you to follow that. So from this discussion, you can get a very good idea if this type of project will fall into the scope of the carbon removal or not, but we cannot endorse officially anything at this stage.
Thank you, Fabienne. We don't have an extra microphone, but we will make it work. I see there's a hand over there. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Daniel Reinemann from Bioenergy Europe, and the question that I had is that when we look at the Renewable Energy Directive, there you have a greenhouse gas savings requirement for bioenergy, and we're talking about that here as well for CDR, that you need to consider the life cycle assessment and the perspectives of what kind of emissions do you have embedded in the process and how that happens. But we don't have any similar discussion for fossil fuels, so we don't really have a full understanding of what they're being compared to. So how important do you think it is that we kind of have this life cycle accounting happening in other sectors so that we have a better understanding of what kind of baseline cases? Because I think it's good that we're going through and making sure that we are ensuring that we are achieving net impacts and net benefits, but just comparing that to how other sectors, especially in fossil fuels, don't have that kind of level of commitment. Thank you.
Thank you. I would encourage to select a few questions, then we answer to all of them. So are there any more questions in the room? There's one over here. And may I ask to change the screen so that we can see Eva and Florian as well?
Amazing, thank you. Marta Kropinska, CEO and co-founder of Curate. My question is also related to driving demand. Most of our business is in the UK. The UK is the first country to have the legal definition of net zero, which is reduce 90% and then remove the rest. What that often means is that many would think that they have to first reduce by 90% before they start thinking about removals. And we were thinking about this concept of twin targets, where even if you have a 2030 or a 2040 net zero goal, you have to be proving that you're on a pathway rather than being able to delay it until, the year prior to your net zero target. So I suppose my question is, what are your views on introducing twin targets? And do you believe, as we do, that it would be an important step to drive more demand? And I think in our view, it's still a more demand than a supply constrained industry. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's take one more and then we will make a round. I see one question back there.
Hi, my name is Steffen Engling. I work in the office of Timo Wölken, who is the shadow rapporteur on the carbon removal certification framework. I think Florian said a very interesting thing there, that for some of the activities, venture capitalists might be the right funding solutions, but for others they might be not. We tend to agree with that. And I just wanted to ask if the understanding is the same, that because of the impacts on biodiversity and other sustainability criteria for the investors as well, and also the problematics of carbon accounting and land-based and nature-based solutions, the technological solutions, so direct air capture, CCS, are more the ones that investors are going after, and that for the land-based solutions we need a different kind of funding framework. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I suggest that we answer these questions, and I would maybe start with Florian. We had the last question directed mostly to you. So, feel free to answer that one, but also touch upon the others if you want. So the stage is yours.
I think it's a very, very good point. I think Eva also mentioned that a bit before. Overall, if you look at climate technologies across the board, like the funding stack is very, very different to what venture capitalists are used to, right? So even investing in technological CDR solutions is a bit of a stretch for everyone, because venture capitalists are not used to funding CapEx intensive hardware businesses, right? Different timescales, different funding requirements, etc. But to answer your question, I think the reason why we think technological CDR is a bit more of a venture-friendly asset class in a sense is really the kind of growth expectations we have, right? I think what we can do is support early stage technologies where we really see this kind of like scalable business model potentially, right? By being a technology provider and licensing the technology or scaling rapidly that we require for our return expectations, which in the nature-based side of things, you probably don't have because it's more about project development and then more steady cash flow, right? So you don't have this technology component which enable business models that we like to see. And there, you know, other types of capital providers have to move in. I think even on the technological side, right? I think what we can do is support companies from, let's say, first lab scale prototype to, okay, how do we bridge this gap to industrial deployment? After that, it's also more of an infrastructure game if you think about it. So I think that's probably the role that venture capitalists could play. And then I think if you think about the market more holistically, there's certain intermediary functions, you know, whether that's on the MRV side, whether that's on ratings or other ways of ensuring integrity quality, where venture capitalists can play a role because of that strong technology component. And yeah, on the other points, I think the life cycle question is a good one, and I think that's something where we as an investor community have to become stronger as well. So at Planet A, we have been actually the first European fund to have an in-house life cycle assessment team, and we do perform those for every investment that we do to really be sure about and quantify the impact of our investment targets. But I think that's still something that from an investor perspective, we see that has to be much more widespread to really avoid investing in solutions which just from an impact perspective don't make sense. I hope this somewhat answers the question.
Thank you very much, Florian. Eva, I saw you nodding when the second question was asked about targets driving demand. Do you want to comment on that one or on any of the other two questions?
Yeah, happy to. This is the one that I kind of marked down for myself. I do like the new vocabulary that has emerged, twin targets. Before we used to talk about separate targets, but this is definitely more catchy, and I understand essentially it would mean the same. I mean, the question from Curate was more focusing on corporate action, but I mean, the same concept of having separate targets applies, you know, for corporates or for countries or, you know, regions, whoever wants to take on climate targets. And I agree that currently we have more of a demand issue. But I think this is an area where also VCMI could show a bit more guidance. The challenge is that their beyond valuation mitigation guidance comes out in September, but that is not necessarily exactly what you're looking for, and they're more in-depth, like revision of the standards, where they are supposed to look at different residual emissions for different sectors and what is expected by companies. That only comes out by COP29, so that's a year and a half away. But the fact that it's a year and a half away, I think there is time to engage with them and ask for this kind of guidance, so that indeed companies would need to show continuously that they are on the path of actually having the removals that they need by the time they need, and that they get started sooner rather than later, right?
Thank you very much. Anyone here on stage who wants to comment on the three questions that have been posed?
So I can just say that from our perspective, what matters is not necessarily that there are twin targets, but that the money gets out the door. So we know that we have a shared target of billion ton per year scale carbon removal within a few decades. If we start in a few decades, we are not going to have the amount of carbon removal that we need. So we need to start now. And it doesn't really matter how we get there as long as we do. So it really depends on the context. In some cases, having those targets really helps. In other cases, what really matters is that investors put money on the table, the corporates actually put the revenue to buy the high quality removals, governments put the public funding that they need to. So however we can stimulate that, the better. I don't think there's a necessary answer as long as we get to the outcome of investing today and consistently for the next few decades.
Thank you, Noah. And I think this already brings us to the end of the panel. We have to start now. I think it's a good closure. But to actually close this panel, I would like to ask all panelists to share your views very briefly on what has been discussed here in the room. So the focus was on transatlantic dialogue. So what can the community here in the room actually do to start this transatlantic dialogue that is focused on getting projects off the ground and start now? Please be brief. And Ingrid, do you want to start?
Maybe I have my cop brain on, but I really want the room here, the community around CDR, to create a similar to the methane pledge, create a CDR or carbon pledge with non-state actors and the state actors, hopefully across the transatlantic. That would be a dream come true for 2023, and I hope we manage to do that together. So the non-state actors in the room can push that forward as well.
Yeah, why don't we continue with Noah?
Just so happens that at the Major Economies Forum a few weeks ago, the Carbon Management Challenge was announced. So I think we have the seeds of a broader challenge to get that exact conversation happening, at least on a government-to-government level. But to answer your question, the dialogue is happening. And I think what we need to do is encourage folks to reach out. Our door is open. We want to be able to share what we are learning. We want to learn from others. And I think what's important is that we celebrate how far we've come. This conversation would not have been possible a few years ago, and recognize that at the same time, we all have to go so much further. It's not a contest, it's more of a group project, if you will. And so we're eager to continue that dialogue and support and look forward to leading the way forward with colleagues here in Europe and beyond.
Thank you. Fabian?
No, I can only fully agree, and I think this kind of event with Noah coming in Europe to discuss with us, and it's very helpful, so thank you very much for this. And to have stakeholders that are involved in the discussion on both sides of the Atlantic is very useful. For instance, I was mentioning the expert group on carbon removal. We have experts from North America in this expert group that are participating to our discussion that we have in Europe, that are giving us their experience and sharing their views. And we should encourage this kind of discussion. We should also participate when possible, us from Europe, to the discussions that are taking place in international forum, of course, Article 6 of the Paris Agreement on carbon removal, but also more bilateral discussions. So I think this is very useful.
Thank you, Fabian. Florian?
Yeah, I like how Noah put it. I think it's a group project, and I think that's something that especially coming from a startup perspective, really acknowledging that the problems the industry has to solve as a whole are much bigger than the individual problems of the individual companies, right? So, coming together and really having a loud voice also towards policy, towards potential off-takers is really critical. So I guess having those forums for collaboration and really working together with NGOs like Carbon Gap, platforms like the Negative Emissions Platform, and really like bundling everyone's voice to create a policy framework that will help the industry industry scale up is super critical. So I think collaboration is key.
Yeah, trying to add what already has not been said. So I think the policy frameworks are quite different. So there might be a bit harder to find common ground and the exact learnings that you can transfer. But I think comparing notes and finding specific areas of collaboration between US and Europe, the obvious candidate where to focus would be innovation, especially the way Noah described all the work that's happening in the US. Because whilst the policy frameworks are different, building facilities looks the same on both sides of Atlantic. So sharing the learnings and the innovation and what that could lead to could be super helpful to scale removals.
Perfect. And with that, we come to an end. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining. It was super interesting, and I would encourage to continue the discussion. We just heard we also need other actors involved. We need civil society, NGOs, and so on involved. Companies, we have many of them in the room today. So let's continue the discussion, and thank you very much again.
Thank you very much, Maria, and thank you to our panelists. That was super, super interesting. I just wanted to raise 2 points, 2 housekeeping points with you. First of all, as you may have seen on the screen during the sessions, we do have a Twitter wall, so don't hesitate to tweet using the hashtag CDR Summit. And the second thing is, please don't forget that this event is not just happening in this room. There is another room which you go to through here at the back, through the corridor and turn left at the end. It's called Agora, and there are some stands where some of the organizations who are here have a table, and you can see some of their scale models or some of their technology. Louis, I'm not sure, for example, I'm not sure if your rock is there or not, but the Climeworks rock is there. Carbon dioxide from the air turned into a rock on the table in front of you, and various other really interesting things. So don't forget to see that. See you back here at about 5:25. so we can sit down for our final session. Yeah, there's lots of people. I've been there, yeah. There's still some people in the Agora room. They're on their way. So do grab a seat before they grab your seat. Please come take your seats. Everyone take a seat. Great, well, thank you. Thank you, everyone. It's been very good so far. I think there's been a lot of interesting conversations, a lot of learning going on. And as I said earlier on, if you've come away with more questions about CDR than you had when we started, then I'm a happy man. I would like to, before we go into our last session, which is the one that one that I'm very excited about, because I think it will be I don't know, it's just a super interesting approach to getting to know the sector. I did want to say a few words about the negative emissions platform. And for those of you who aren't so familiar with us, just to give you a little bit of history, NEP was founded about 3 years ago, and by our board members, Christoph Beutler from Climeworks, Dirk Pessler from the Carbon Drawdown Initiative, and Ralf Koczwara from Field Code, which is the subsidiary of his company Hemmersbach. And so I just wanted to say a big thank you to the board members for founding the association, and also a big thank you to Anna Dubovic, who's sitting there in the back of the room, who was my predecessor as Secretary General of NEP. And between the board and Anna, they created something 3 years ago which has been the foundation on which we're going to build, I think, hopefully a really influential and powerful group here in Brussels, which I hope will play an important role in the development of good CDR policy for Europe and for the world. So thank you, Anna, thank you, Christoph, thank you, Dirk, and thank you, Ralf. I also wanted to say that NEP is a membership organization. Most of our members are CDR technology companies. We also have what we call ecosystem members, who are companies who are important to the ecosystem of carbon removals, but aren't necessarily doing the technology of carbon removals themselves. If you are not a member and you think you might like to be, based on what you've seen today, please don't hesitate to get in touch. And also, if you're interested in some kind of partnership, maybe you're representing a university or a research institute or a fund or something like that, and you think that there's an opportunity to work with us on something, please don't hesitate to get in touch about that. So without further ado, I would like to move into our next session, which is going to be hosted by Marta Krupinska. And I will just stop talking there and leave it to her.
Thank you so much, Chris. And I'm always thrown when people know how to actually pronounce my name. There is a special character in my surname, and you actually remembered that it's there. What a delight. I'm so happy to be here, everyone. Thank you so much for having me. Thank you so much for organizing. My name is Marta Krupinska. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Curate. We are a market maker for carbon removals. We've been around for just under a year and slowly starting to make moves. And I suppose the reason why I'm so excited about being able to moderate this panel is, you know how everybody says that you might forget what people say, but you won't forget how people made you feel. And I have the incredible privilege of introducing humans behind CDR companies who are going to give you a little bit of insight into why they went into CDR, what it feels like to build a CDR company, how are these companies really working, what are the challenges that we're seeing. So we've sort of had this incredible background, incredible context on the science, on the need, on the policy, and now we'll be able to take it all into the detail and the concrete examples of people working in the field today. So with that, I would like to invite my fabulous panel, and that's going to be Henrietta Moon for Carboculture, Leila Toplik from Carbon Future, Nora Cohen-Brown from Charm, and Amy Ruddock from Carbon Engineering. Can we have a nice round of applause? Thank you. Oh, doesn't matter. Thank you. So, by the way, you know how we've all heard of manels, which is when everyone on a panel is a man? I don't know what it's called when it's all women, but it's fabulous, isn't it? And by the way, this was not by design. We just happen to be the incredible leaders in CDR. Let's start with a little bit of those personal stories. How did we get into CDR? I can definitely tell you. So do you know when sometimes this really fundamental thing happens in your life, and then you look back and you think, oh my God, how was this the moment? So for me, it was December 2020. I had been in tech my whole life. I founded and sold two companies before. I was working at Google, running its startup programs and investing in startups from Google's balance sheet. And it's December 2020, and I am, wait for it, driving to an illegal Christmas party because it's COVID. Now, that Christmas party was 4 people in my friend's living room, our crazy, crazy social bubble. But in the car, my friend and former co-founder tells me about soil carbon, and it blows my mind. Because suddenly it sort of opens me up to this idea that, okay, hang on a second, so we can accelerate natural processes and there are different ways of pulling carbon out of the sky, and hang on a second, that means we can build these time machines that are going to pull carbon out of the sky. That means we actually have the ability to feel hope on the climate front. And let me just say, this was better than alcohol for that Christmas party. It sort of fueled the whole conversation. And then I started going into, it's going to be $1 trillion industry, and oh my God, we can get a bunch of supply from the global south and really drive a just transition. And I was long gone, and basically CDR has been my life since December 2020. But I would love to hear the stories of my incredible panelists. So Henrietta, starting from you, why did you go into CDR? What was that big moment for you?
Yeah, I mean, I think the first time when I heard about carbon removal was 2013. I was at this nerd camp at NASA, and I met my future co-founder. And we were talking about the problem, that there's too much carbon in the atmosphere, and somehow we have to bring it down. And what seems like an unsurmountable challenge is of course already happening many times a year with the carbon cycle, which is just broken currently. And so I was super fascinated by that. Fast forward 5 years, we actually started Carboculture. But in any case, I think understanding that we live on this planet with these systems that require our attention because now they're broken is kind of like mind-boggling, and that's what drew me to this as well. ETS was about €5 per ton at that time, so a bit early.
Wow, that's powerful context. Nora, what's your story?
So also just want to say it's amazing to be up here with all of you women. It's very exciting. I worked for several years in the White House in the Obama administration, and always had an interest in climate change. And I moved out to California in 2016, the beginning of 2016, and was interested in seeing kind of how I could work at that intersection of technology and policy, and ended up at a company called Saildrone that does ocean data collection. So I naively thought, if I help to better measure what's happening in climate change, it's going to help create more actionable data. After a few years, I started to get very frustrated with the fact that we were collecting better data, but we were not acting any faster on climate change. So I started to look for other opportunities. And when I started to learn about carbon removal, it's really the first time in many years that I felt hopeful about the climate. And that is what led me to join Charm about 1.5 years ago.
Amazing. Leila, over to you.
Likewise, it's fantastic to be on an all-female panel. So I'm relatively new to CDR. I started Carbon Future just 3 months ago as the Chief Communications and Trust Officer. My background is in tech. I spent 22 years in tech, both in private sector companies like Microsoft and startups, but also in the NGO space. And it was actually through my work at NetHope, that is a nonprofit consortium of 65 global NGOs, so organizations like Wildlife Fund, the Nature Conservancy, Oxfam, Save the Children, and others, that I actually came across carbon removal. Last year, I had the opportunity to lead the landscape assessment of how digital technology could be used to support climate adaptation of some of the most vulnerable communities around the world. And we're talking about refugees, women, children, and many others, and smallholder farmers. And it was actually through this landscape assessment and talking to the NGOs and communities on the ground, over 33 NGOs, 12 tech companies, and also many people, many communities on the ground, that I came across carbon removal. And what really struck me was the connection between the mitigation and adaptation, the fact that a technology can not only help us, carbon removal can not only help us achieve our climate goals, limit the global warming to 1.5 Celsius, and ensure that we have a livable planet, but also at the same time, it could benefit some of the communities that are most affected by climate change. And that's where I came across biochar and just really understood how it could be helpful, again, in capturing and storing carbon removal permanently, but also helping with soil rehabilitation and sustainable agriculture, and again, helping communities that are most impacted by climate change. I mean, the other aspect was also recognizing that what I've spent most of my career on, which is tech and ethics, was actually valuable in this field, so I wanted to bring those skills to carbon removal.
Amazing. Amy.
And I'm a PhD physicist who then spent a career in aviation. I was 10 years at the Boston Consulting Group working on aviation. I had 2 babies, and during my maternity leave, I took the time to go out and talk to airlines about potentially moving to them. So I moved to Virgin Atlantic, where I looked after corporate strategy, government affairs, sustainability, and Heathrow expansion. And the idea was that we brought all of the growth areas of the airline under my remit. And the thing that convinced me to leave and join Virgin was actually having sustainability, bringing my personal passion together with my professional passion for aviation. So it was September 2019, and I joined 6 months to the day before lockdown started. So I was then the person leading growth at an airline. So you can imagine post-COVID, I had the opportunity to think about what I wanted to do next. And I couldn't leave behind that problem of aviation decarbonisation once I'd learned. So I knew that direct air capture was a huge part of the solution, not just for removals, but also potentially for power to liquids. So I tried to follow my passion, reached out to direct air capture companies, joined carbon engineering about 2.5 years ago. And I think since we're talking about our personal stories, I say, you know, my 2 little girls are now 4 and 6, and I do travel a lot. I travel the world and talk about how we're going to use DAC, and I worry sometimes about the little time that I spend with them, but we get reports from teachers about what the kids say, and my 6-year-old had said to the teacher, my mummy works a lot, but if she didn't work a lot, then the planet would be more warm and there'd be lots of countries we couldn't live in. So that's why I do it.
That's amazing. And maybe the next step can be that we can get all the children to want to work in CDR. You know, I hear that these days children want to be YouTubers, which slightly worries me. But I think maybe the next step is we make this industry so exciting that this is going to be the most inspiring and aspirational thing. My takeaway from this is what an incredible opportunity. We have such diverse talent in CDR. We've come from completely different backgrounds, and we're also doing something that's never been done before. And then how do you hire people with experience in that particular field? So it's awesome how everybody brings their different perspective to the table. All right, so personal stories done. Now let's learn about your companies. Amy, do you want to take it away? Tell us about carbon engineering. What do you do? How does it work? What stage are you at?
So carbon engineering has been capturing carbon dioxide from the atmosphere since 2015. We were actually founded in 2009. Our founder was David Keith, one of the forefathers of the direct air capture industry. And it's a Canadian company. My role is to look after Europe and the Middle East, and I do it from London. But we're a technology licensor. We realized quite early on that when you're trying to build these large-scale infrastructure projects, then it really helps to partner with somebody who's done that before, and frankly has the balance sheet to put behind it. So our job as technology licensor is to look at what the innovations are and what could be the next stage of the technology. How are we going to get more cost efficient? But our main focus at the moment is commercial projects. We're licensing our technology to 1.5. 1.5 is a subsidiary of Oxy's low carbon ventures business, and my partner Steve is in the audience from 1.5. Construction has started on our first commercial scale plant out in Texas. It's 500,000 tons of carbon dioxide capture per year, and it should be operational in 2025. So that's very much the focus of the company now, but we're not stopping there. 1.5 has procured pore space across the US that has storage capacity of 6 gigatons. On the south coast of Texas, there's a hub that could deploy 30 direct air capture plants, and we've started the engineering on a second plant there that would be capturing 1 million tons a year.
Very exciting. Thank you. Leila, over to you.
Okay. Very interesting. So I'm with Carbon Future, and Carbon Future is a German-based startup. We work in 6 countries. We are 3.5 years old. What we're focused on is providing carbon removal you can trust, and the way we do that is through our platform that consists of a suite of products covering everything from supply, and specifically supply onboarding, qualification, due diligence, and we focus on the portfolio of durable carbon removal technologies, which was mentioned earlier. We also then do digital monitoring, reporting, and verification, which is key to ensuring quality. And then on the other side, we provide access, buyers with access and management of carbon removal credits. In terms of some of the momentum, last year we delivered 10,000 tons of carbon removal, which represented about 25% of the durable CDR market. And as of just last month, May 2023, 177,000 tons have been contractually secured through offtake agreements, and another 813,000 tons agreed to be brokered over the course of the next 5 years. I'm looking forward to sharing more about the work we're doing.
Very exciting.
So I'm here from Charm Industrial, and what we do is we are also a carbon removal company. We remove carbon by processing biomass residues, so either forestry or agricultural residues. We put them through a process called fast pyrolysis, which we heat them up to a high degree without oxygen, and that converts those materials into a very carbon-rich bio-oil, which we then inject underground in end-of-life oil and gas wells or salt caverns. We have mobile units. The idea is that we can operate field or forest side, and to date we've removed about 6,500 tons of carbon permanently by injecting them in wells in Kansas. So we're starting to deploy at scale. We just announced our $100 million Series B funding round, and we also just signed an offtake agreement with Frontier, as well as a contract with JPMorgan Chase. So we have a lot to deliver on now, but we are also already delivering our carbon removal solutions, and we're in the process of expanding the number of pyrolyzers that we're operating in a number of locations.
Yeah, I'm the founder and CEO of Carboculture. We're a carbon removal company as well, obviously here. But we're a technology developer and a project developer. So we develop infrastructure, so actual steel in the ground, and we're working on our first industrial scale plant near Helsinki, which is about 3,000 tons per year, nameplate capacity, and it's done to industry standard engineering principles and so forth. So really shiny and new. Go and check it out. We're opening in August already. So very exciting times for us. And this is kind of like the leap to scale up. Our next facility will be fully commercial scale, so about 20,000 tons of CO2 removal, which will open in 2025. So as you can notice, infrastructure takes time to build. This is the part that needs to get faster, and obviously we'll talk about that in the panel as well. Maybe recent milestones. We were part of one of the largest portfolio of CDR procured like 3 weeks ago or something like that with the next gen deal, but then obviously Charm came in and swept the floor with a couple of bigger deals. So it's been pretty cool in the space in the last month, I have to say.
Amazing, and really great to get some of the context of how far you've gone, how much availability of stock you've got. I mean, just to put it into perspective, for those that don't know, depending on who you ask, there was between 100,000 and 200,000 tons of durable, high-quality carbon removal last year available for sale. And here we're talking about, hundreds of thousands, millions of tons. So clearly there is supply coming our way, which is very exciting. Before we go into talking about challenges, just to give it a little bit more context, we're going to be talking about financing later. But so a couple of you mentioned, like, how are you funded, or how much money have you raised? How many teams do you have? Any color on that would be helpful.
Sure, we're at the seed stage, so about 12 million euro private investment, and about
venture capital.
Yeah, and then 30 people around the world in 6 countries.
Very cool.
We're about 160, don't know the exact number at the moment, and our shareholders are largely strategics. So Oxy's a shareholder, we've got Chevron, we've got BHP, Bill Gates was one of our early investors, and so that probably makes up a large share.
Yeah, we're VC backed as well. We're Series A stage now, so we did our seed round a couple of years ago. We raised about 10 million in VC and another, I'd say 6 million in grants to date, so yeah.
Great to hear about grants. VC alone might struggle to carry all of us, so that's great.
Yeah, and as I mentioned, we just raised a Series B, but we're venture-backed, and we're about 45 employees currently just in the U.S.
All right, amazing, thank you. Cool, so lots of great progress, lots of great milestones and successes. What about some of the challenges? Or maybe even before we go there, how mature, from where you sit, how mature is the CDR industry? Somebody told me that this is a billion-dollar industry with $1 trillion of attention. We know we're traveling towards the $1 trillion, but is it here yet?
Yeah, I really love this question because somebody said, like, at some point, I won't give names, but somebody said, oh yeah, this doesn't actually need help because it's so mature already. I said, really, what kind of, like, could you name somebody who's delivered over 1 million tons of CO2 removal to date, or something like this? So I really think we're just getting started. That's obvious from the need that is, magnitudes higher than what we're doing today. So some soberness around those numbers is like very welcomed. So hopefully we can all agree or see how much work there is to do, and every single system person is going to be required. All the pathways, all the storage pathways, like everything is going to be needed. That's my take on where the industry is today.
I'll add some sobering numbers, I guess, to that. Our partners, 1.5, have put out a scenario where they're deploying 100 to 135 of our megaton plants by 2035, and that sounds big. And you see people's eyes widening, thinking, "What's deployed today?" And having 135 megatons deployed out there. But then you look at it compared to what the IPCC says that we need, and we're talking 1 to 2%, and so, yeah, we need to get 100 times bigger than that pretty quickly.
Yeah, I would say we're at a very nascent stage, but time is not on our side, right? So I think that there is a lot of investment, but there's also so much more needed. And I think we're really just at the beginning in a lot of ways, but at the same time, I think we are getting to the point where there are many projects that are starting deployment. I think that's why you're seeing a lot more attention and a lot more commitments, is because people are waking up to the need for carbon removal, and a lot of the technologies that have been found within the last couple of years are starting to get developed. But that said, a couple of years is not a long time, so we still have a long way to go.
Yeah, one more comment quickly is that I think the discussion has just only recently moved to like, oh, we need to do emission reduction super, super urgently, and we need the carbon removal to get kickstarted. So literally like 2 years ago, talking to some government officials of an unnamed Nordic country, like the discussion was also, we're first going to kind of do this like emission reduction, and then we can talk about carbon removals. And then it's like, okay, well, you don't even have a plan for how much carbon removal you're really going to need at net zero. None of the governments actually have like a clear number. So how are we going to get there? You can't just order it online, a week before.
Great point. Leila, anything to add? Sure, just another number is that we need to grow the durable CDR industry 5,000 times in order to reach some of the goals that we've been talking about here, 10 gigatons per year by 2050. So that's where we are today. So while you might be hearing some of these numbers and the fact that through Carbon Future we're delivering tonnage and also securing offtake, there's so much more that we need to do, and I think we're going to get into challenges / enablers for the industry.
Yeah. All right. Let's take it away then. Let's get into the meat of the challenges. And by the way, Henrietta, I love the point that you make around, this conversation only really being started, so much of the tension being, oh, but we need to reduce less. Let's just sort of, let's focus on this first rather than parallel pathing and rather than saying we need both at the same time. I loved the first presentation today, which was very, very clear. We need to be starting both at the same time. It's not an either or. So, probably awareness, one of the ones that are starting us off. Everybody in this room now knows, but I suppose if we ask people in the street, they might not to mention CFOs or GCs of companies. But which of the challenges do you see as most pressing for your individual organizations and for the industry at large?
Well, I can start. I mean, for us, it's like we just need to get steel in the ground. We know exactly what we're doing. We're building at industrial scale. We have the technology that we've been developing for 5 years ourselves and 10 years before that in academic research. So we just need the money and we need the support to get this out. We need the offtake. We need the clients. We need the investors to see that there's a stable market. All of these things would help. Of course, like long-term, the regulated markets and so forth, but the voluntary market demand needs to be shown that it's actually project financeable. Like big companies need to come in and really secure the offtake with their balance sheet, not just kind of like saying that we're going to do this. And then we need government structures for whatever shape and form of either subsidies or first-of-a-kind financing or carbon pricing, you name it. There's a lot of different kind of tools for this, but it's pretty clear what is needed.
So can I just drill into the financing piece? I think that's really important because what you've just alluded to is both financing from venture capital grants, you name it. There's project financing, there is actually revenues. Either yourself or maybe anybody on the panel, can you give us examples of what does good financing stack look like? Yeah. What should we be looking for?
Just a very quick comment there. What I mean is pre-project financing. So basically, when you get to your third or fifth commercial facility, there is so much backlogged capital that you will be able to access if your offtakes are bankable, if your technology is de-risked, et cetera, et cetera. It's really the first of a kind, the pre-pilots before that, and getting to a couple of commercial facilities where the biggest gap is. And there's been so many articles written on this, but yeah, I'll let the rest of the panel.
Yeah, I think to give some examples, over in the US, why is the first plant being built? Well, the Inflation Reduction Act has helped a lot. The 45Q tax credit will give $180 per ton for atmospherically sourced CO2 through DAC that is then stored. And certainly that's a huge catalyst, and it's part of the revenue stack. But for the first plants, it's not enough. So over and above that, 1.5 has been able to go out to the voluntary market and secure offtake from Airbus, for example, has secured 400,000 tons from the first plant. And it's those big names that become bankable in the future. And ultimately, the aim is, of course, to be project financeable. I think we were talking as a group before we got on the panel about the role that government procurement can have in that, because ultimately what you're trying to do in the early days is prove that you have that revenue stack before you build. You have technology risk for the first of a kind plants, and on top of that you have market risk. So that is somewhere the government can step in. And I know we had a really active conversation about it, so I invite my fellow panelists to talk about government procurement as well.
I was going to talk about demand on the buyer side, but go ahead.
Yeah, I would say that, I mean, we need more of everything, right? And I'd say that at Charm, we have kind of the, sticky technology challenges still of like bio-oils, this very icky, sticky substance that hardens. We've had, there's that kind of thing to work through. But then, the larger question is, as we scale, how do you get through that valley of death between demonstration and full scale? And we have mobile units, so it's sort of a different process. But I think that when you think about what is the market size for CDR, the voluntary market's never going to get us to the goals that we're talking about. And given the time frame, without compliance markets that support also the full range of CDR solutions and that are technology neutral or technology inclusive, I think are really, those are things that are very critical for us to actually scale what we're doing quickly enough. And I think it's also challenging because it's not something that has a natural market without the government saying this is something that is needed. There's an element of public good here, an element of, this being something that has to happen in order for us to have a livable planet. And so I think that means that this is different from other sectors, and that having the government get involved in terms of things like procurement and tax incentives is, going to be part of the picture, and also in setting standards as well.
Just to echo on that, I think this is the first market ever that VCs are actually listening to what regulators are doing and interested in it. So just a comment.
It was really interesting in the previous session to have a venture capitalist talk about close collaboration with policymakers. It is indeed super interesting, and I think there's also a piece here which is around. So definitely, when at Curate, when we speak to suppliers, a lot of what we're hearing is when we're asking them, "What do you need?" What's the issue? Like, we need demand and we need financing, and it's always the same conversation. I think sort of me entering this market, I thought there'd be a lot of like, we need to figure out the science, and obviously we do, but it feels like there's an incredible wealth of amazing science and technology out there, but not necessarily the financial stack to get it off the ground. And one of the other things that I've seen, especially even in our own sort of financing round, was many investors going, "Oh yeah, that's really cool, but where is the software?" I'm like, okay, but there is the science and the infrastructure, and there is literally carbon being pulled out of the sky, and it needs to be looked at differently. It's not just, can you pen test 10,000 lines of code or 100,000 lines of code? Just on final piece on the financing side, are you hopeful? Do you think it's moving fast enough? A lot of us are talking about it. We're talking about bigger commitments. We're talking about VCs entering this market. But are you, in your organization, seeing faster rates of capital deployment?
I mean, I can just take it super quickly from the VC side. So early stage is like super saturated. There's enough people there. I think the around the first of a kind, like larger Series A, Series B, is where the tight spot comes in. So we are seeing some funds in the around the B stage actually thinking of also having an infra pocket. So really being able to kind of put dual capital formats into the company. So VC is like a super expensive form of capital. Infrastructure is like much cheaper, and now with climate, you can actually get to those returns quite nicely in carbon removal as well. So I think that's what's going to happen, but it's early. It's not going to help the people who are in the market right now.
Yeah, what I would say, and I will toss this over to Leila with this comment, is that I think that there is a lot of financing available, but I think what the market needs more than that is demand. Because I think that in order to get that financing and to increase the amount of financing, if there isn't more demand, that won't happen.
Yeah, no, absolutely spot on. And that's also one of the signals that the VCs are looking for, because it's a typical signal that VCs look for in all of the other industries is there demand? Is there somebody who's going to buy it? And +1 on the national procurement, because that can actually provide the much needed medium to long-term investment and a signal to the VCs. So in terms of the demand, similar to what you said, Marta, that's what we hear too from on the supply side is, where's the buyer? And how do I get also pre-financing so I can actually get the project going? One of the things, and there are a number of pain points that we are hearing from the buyers, and maybe just to set the context, the current group of buyers that we're talking about is 16 to 20 maximum, and we need to grow to 50, 100,000 in order to, again, scale this industry to be climate relevant, which is what the conversation has been around here today. One of the pain points, there's the price as a pain point, which we can get into as we talk about portfolio approach, but the other one is that we keep hearing about is around reputation and trust. Trust in high quality, durable carbon removal, and really understanding what is high quality, what is long-term, versus some that might not be as durable as the buyers are interested in, and they're worried about their reputation. So what we've done at Carbon Future, we built the infrastructure for trust, and just recently consolidated that into a more systematic approach to operationalizing trust across everything we do. And we look at trust as 5 key dimensions: transparency, quality, impact, both in terms of environmental and societal, innovation, that includes innovation in terms of all of the different carbon removal technologies, but also technologies so we can gain efficiency and scalability and auditability. And then lastly, collaboration and collective action in order for all of us to make this market successful. The one thing that I want to touch on, because it's come up a couple of times in the discussions here, is actually the dimension of quality. And just to give you an example how we operationalize quality and signal to the buyers that they can actually trust what we provide, is that we only work with credits that have robust digital measurement, reporting, and verification that is tied to an independent and established third-party standards. We also engage with third-party validators and auditors, again, to ensure the credibility of our credits. So I think we can't underestimate some of these pain points that the buyers are facing, and we have to build the industry very fast to scale to the growth that is needed, but also do it in a way that is bringing them along on the journey and getting that next wave of buyers engaged.
Super. So can I just, out of curiosity, can we get a show of hands? Is anybody in the room a carbon buyer? That's what I thought.
I don't want to tell you.
Or how many of you speak to buyers of carbon often? All right, I hope that all of you are going to make a mental note to evangelize all of the people you speak to off the back of everything that we're all learning today, because there's definitely a huge awareness conversation that needs to happen. But yeah, sorry, Nora, back to you.
No, I was just going to add to what Leila said, to say that I also think that's where there needs to be participation from governments and compliance markets, because it adds a layer of trust in terms of the technologies, and they also have access and the pipeline to the best available science on some of these issues to help inform that process and create frameworks that help people to validate the validity of the technologies and their verify that carbon is permanently removed.
Can I make a slightly contrarian point? Let's see where this is going, how this is going to land. So obviously buyers are saying, oh, but we need proof, we need certifications, we need MRV. Of course, we need all of those things. They need to be developed. Also, buyers have been pretty happy buying cheap offsets for a while. Any other thoughts on what are some of the other challenges that the buyers might have that we might be able to collectively overcome? Like, for instance, what are you hearing on, where do these budgets come from? How do the buyers create budgets for this without compliance market? What are you hearing?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's good that the compliance markets, at least the ones we have here in Europe, are steadily rising. And I think that's the kind of like key signal that investors are looking at, not like some estimated future carbon price. But yeah, I mean, it's so tricky because I'll also say something contrarian. All of the nature-based stuff is actually like, no matter, they have their issues, but it is very needed that those rainforests stay alive and all of that stuff. So maybe we need a different form of credit for that, but it's definitely very, very valuable. So hopefully we can find a way to coexist in the high durability, high credibility, and then mix with some of the nature-based stuff.
I'll go back to my industry, to aviation as one of the other considerations on mine. So when airlines look at their decarbonisation pathway and you get to 2050, like the mix is sustainable aviation fuels and its removals. Anything like next generation aircraft, even if it's available tomorrow, it's not going to make a huge dent in fleets because planes last 40 years, maybe 25 years in Europe and then 15 years it goes off elsewhere, but 40 years or so. So then the very visible carbon price today is the ETS, but the less visible one is the implied carbon price within fuels policies. And today, looking at some trades around HEFA, the kind of first generation sustainable aviation fuels, you're looking at an implied carbon price of around €500 or more. So I then kind of go to my view of I'm a physicist at heart, and what really matters is carbon in, carbon out of the atmosphere, and that could be during the value chain or it could be after. So if we apply that view of what really matters is that balance, then 1 plus minus 1 is also 0. And I think what the conversations we're having sometimes with airlines is that technology push towards just SAF mandates is challenging in ways because SAF is going to be feedstock limited, and prices are going to go up. And what if we open the field and said there are other ways, and removals are also a way to decarbonize aviation? So I think it's that kind of specifically within aviation, one is labeled in sector SAF and one is labeled out of sector permanent removals. I look at it as a DAC company and I say, eventually what you're going to see direct air capture doing is probably having a source of CO2, and some of that will flow to power to liquids, some of it will flow into storage, and we'll probably juggle between the two depending on demand. How is one facility half in sector and half out of sector? Investing in removals is supplying CO2 for power to liquids later.
I would say that I think that the lack of reliability in the offset market has meant that the current buyer market is very fragmented, and buyers approach it from a number of different angles because many of them are now much more, you have some buyers that are still willing to buy low-cost offsets. You have some buyers that are worried about the reputational damage from having bought low-cost offsets, and I think that it means that really when we mature as a market, there needs to be differentiation between the different levels of removal, and there is all of this stuff has to happen, and it's really in all of the above. But I also think it's important to remember that we're not just looking to offset emissions, we also need to remove emissions that have already been emitted, and getting to the point where we're actually can keep emitting is a long way away from where we are right now. So I think that it's very important that there be sort of different value within the market in order to ensure that as much permanent removal can happen in addition to all of the kinds of things that are nature-based and other types of offsets as well.
We always push for like a portion of your portfolio. So if you buy offsets that are available today, or should always be removals, but the kind of nature-based removals that are available today, that's fantastic. You're doing a job. You're buying time. You're locking carbon away, but you're not necessarily securing the future supply. So think of what you can do is both lock away carbon today, but also support the future supply. So put a percentage towards these solutions that are going to grow in volume.
Internal carbon prices is one way of doing that as well, like Swiss Re did with the 100 going to 200 by 2030.
Yeah, for the buyers that are price sensitive, we do the same, although we focus on technological, durable portfolio. It is the same thing, which is don't wait for the perfect solution, get started now. If that means the portfolio there also includes potentially less durable, it is a starting point. And that's in terms of the value proposition to the buyer, obviously, in addition to benefiting their business and employer branding, it's also market making. And that's something that we need to think about. And again, as policymakers, you have a role to play. And I think we've shared a couple of ideas, including targets. We need targets.
And I love that we've come to portfolios, not least because that's literally what my business does, building portfolios of carbon removal. And there are a couple of things that we really believe in. One is that we need all of the methods in the round to get to not a single method will scale up to 10 billion tons. We need all of them all at the same time. They all need to have an opportunity to grow. We need stuff that's exposed, already removed. We need the future ex ante. We need the global north. We do need the global south, and carefully consider the impact that it has. And we have to manage prices. And we know that if we don't do that for clients, then they might not have the ability to create those budgets from thin air. It's what I'm hearing a lot from CFOs and general counsels is this year is really the first year that they're seeing carbon removal and incoming compliance on net zero on the risk register. So this year they realize it. Next year, maybe you go do a pilot. I think probably 2025, there might be some magical shift in the industry, but we all need to survive and thrive and build and innovate between now and then. So given that this is a policy conference, I hear, this is the minute that we're all here, building businesses. So there's an opportunity to have an ask. So what are our asks? What do we need from policy support? What policy support is most needed to match the required growth in this sector?
I think we talked about a few. Maybe dedicated ambitious targets for carbon removals. And then another one was around public procurement as an investment in making this market.
Yeah, then the funding side is like pretty critical that obviously the US and Europe have very different takes on, but it just needs to be a little bit more streamlined, faster, more of it, etc. And perhaps, like Christoph likes to say as well, directed for carbon removal specifically. So yeah.
Yeah, I would say that, as we've talked about quite a bit, I think compliance markets in general are very important, but I think that there's a lot of also things like procurement and other investments that can help to get projects in the ground and up and operating to help demonstrate the value of those projects. And I think that those are really important tools as well. But I think it's also just important to ensure that policies are inclusive of the full range of permanent solutions and don't pick winners and enable there to be innovation and kind of help to spur that innovation as well.
Yeah, and maybe that assurance is also what the investors are looking for. Voluntary carbon market is in its nascency still growing like crazy, but in any case, that assurance that okay, this is not a part-time thing. It will be there. It has government support. We're serious about this, et cetera, that can kind of like go a long way.
I'd add also think globally. When you're deploying these things at scales, sometimes the most cost-effective place, like from direct air capture, most cost-effective places will be close to storage. They'll have abundant renewables available. They'll have the right skill sets available. That's not necessarily within the boundary of the jurisdiction that's thinking about its demand. So I take, for example, some of the conversations in Europe that are putting a European boundary around the provision of removals. I get it, you need to create jobs in the transition, but it doesn't necessarily mean putting the whole project on your soil. You can think about roles in value chains. We're building a plant in Texas, but a good portion of that supply chain is coming from Europe. So I think we need to set policies that think about collaborating with other countries as well, other markets.
Yeah, and I think to build on that, I would also say that it's important that policy helps to create guardrails both around the trust issues that we're talking about, but also around making sure that communities are involved in the process and are involved in the process of choosing the types of projects they want in their communities or understanding what the projects are, and that's built into the process so that we're not repeating some of the mistakes of the past when we deploy these new technologies.
Yeah, and I'd love to build on that and also link to our earlier conversation around CRCF. The current geo-scope of CRCF is limited to the EU, which I think we're all sort of agreeing that could be counterproductive. And a couple of just examples to amplify what also Amy was saying. A number of EU suppliers we're seeing are already taking advantage of some of the favorable conditions in the global south, whether it's better climate or more suitable biomass availability for biochar, existing operational experience, cost. And second, we also know from our experience that with the right diligence in place, with comprehensive training, with frequent verification, the CDR that's procured in the global south could meet those high quality, rigorous standards that Europe needs. And another thing that we're seeing is that at the same time, it could contribute to the sustainable development in the communities that are deeply affected by the climate change. So for example, smallholder farmers. Maybe just to give you an example of a couple of our partners that are working in this space, Dutch Carboneers, Mash Makes, Biochar Life are all working in places like India, Malawi, Tanzania, Kenya, and they're taking basically available access biomass that a smallholder farmer would often burn, which is, you could imagine, is contributing to air pollution, and they're actually using that to sequester carbon through biochar. At the same time, what is also happening is that that's helping enhance water and nutrient retention in soil. It's helping with sustainable agriculture, and it's contributing to the livelihoods of the smallholder farmers. So if we are to source CDR from outside of Europe, we can ensure a supply of CDR while also promoting sustainable development in many of the marginalized communities around the world.
That's such a powerful point, and I actually really love that, you know, many refer to carbon removals and its growth and development as the space race of the 21st century. And if this is the biggest industry that we will have ever built, then what if we made it just and equitable from the get-go, rather than a bunch of us trying to solve our own problems and then inflicting a bunch of it on others 20, 30, 40 years down the line? I think this is such a powerful point. I want to make sure that we have ample time for questions to our esteemed panel. There is an opportunity to learn directly from people running CDR businesses in 2023. It's early, it's exciting, there's lots of opportunity, lots of challenges. Anybody got any questions?
Yeah, hi, Jan-Philip Wassenaar from Nature Credits. I got a question on the scope 1, 2, and 3 reporting that companies have now done. So we kind of, a lot of the emission carbon stuff has moved from the marketing department to the CFO's desk, and he now has got a big number sitting on his desk under scope 1 and 2. Do you see any kind of change in interest on the back of that reporting? Because now they realize how big the problem is and how big the gap to zero is.
I'll take one stab at that. I think the more companies are understanding how much carbon they need to remove in the coming decades, like a lot of companies are looking at, should we start doing this, or how should we get access to credits in a long-term fashion? And so a lot of companies are actually interested in joint ventures or funding carbon removal or somehow playing a more active part than just being a buyer. But definitely the first step is that they understand that they want to start getting access to supply now instead of being at the whim of you know, whatever the price is in the future.
I think a couple of things I'm celebrating in the European Union are the Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive and the Green Claims Directives that are putting transparency on corporate claims, and it's no longer such a Wild West. And I'm not a policy person, so I might use the wrong words, but I think to also have definitions in there as well as shining the transparency is probably the next step. But those two things mean it's already landing on CFOs' desks as a risk, and then it's easier to have the conversation as a quality, highly durable removal once it's already seen as a risk.
Yeah, and obviously it should be seen in the boardroom as like, you need to feel the pain to start actually decarbonizing as fast as possible. And that's what we hope that every single, top board in Europe will be looking at now, like, okay, what is our footprint and what do we do about this?
It should help that greenwashing becomes securities fraud in a few years.
Yeah, I certainly think it helps the market, but I'll also echo something that was talked about a lot earlier, which is there also has to be twin goals, put forward in terms of both decarbonization and carbon removal so that we can scale quickly enough, right? But I think that the more accountability there is, the more interest there is in, dealing with those hard to abate emissions using carbon removal.
And if I may add as well, I think it's really interesting what you say about some buyers wanting to go beyond just buying, but also investing or doing joint ventures. In my experience, this can actually be a bit of a double-edged sword in that we do a lot of work in the finance industry. And the number of banks I'm meeting that are saying, oh, we want to set up a venture capital arm to invest in CDR, but we don't want to buy because it's too expensive. I'm like, well, I'm not sure that's going to fly, because how much is that equity going to be worth if nobody's buying because nobody's willing to swallow the cost? So I think this is both very encouraging and brings us back to the point around demand. We need to drive purchases. Now, recognizing how expensive it is, whilst indeed it's also a way in which we can encourage further decarbonization, because it should be cheaper to reduce than remove. We want people to reduce first and then remove. Going back to the scope 1, 2, and 3, I think maybe there are ways in which we can also work with buyers to help them understand, okay, maybe you might not be able to afford to remove all of the scope 1, 2, and 3. Start with scope 1 and 2, become operationally net zero, and build a muscle to learning how to invest in all of it. And again, this is when twin targets come into play, because it might be, you'll be on track if you remove your scope 1 and 2 next year, and then you travel towards scope 1, 2, and 3.
Yeah, one more thing on this topic, which doesn't actually have anything to do with the credits themselves, but we're seeing a lot of industrial companies reanalyzing their carbon footprint, their energy needs, the existing infrastructure they have today, because they have these targets that they're moving towards. So, for example, like we're a net energy producer. So when we co-locate with an industrial, we can actually help them decarbonize and then potentially even sell some of the credits. So there are these wider things that are hopefully happening beyond just the credits that are being looked at.
Yes, I wanted to ask a question, because you were talking about the needs for buyers and for capital markets and investment and what could be optimized in the regulatory framework. But what do you think is still needed on the labor side? Is there any kind of skill shortage or expertise? What really needs to be developed on that side in order to go through and help this market grow and become more mature?
I would say on our side, first of all, I think it's a huge opportunity. I think there are a lot of jobs that will be created by this industry. And I think in the specific case of Charm, one of the things that we're excited about is that to inject oil back underground takes the same skills as to take it out of the ground. So we're able to re-employ people without retraining them. And I think it's a really big opportunity. And we also will create a lot of operational jobs, operating pyrolyzers, repairing pyrolyzers. There's just a lot of potential there. I'd say that there will definitely also be skills and training needed, and I think it's something that we're talking about as a community. How do you actually engage with universities and partners to start training the next generation for these types of careers?
I'm curious to hear what Amy says. But I mean, for us, yeah, there's like a couple of different there's like skills needed to operate the facilities and the logistics and all that. And I'd say that kind of like almost exists today. You just need to bring them in and bring them into the story. But then there is the sort of like core innovation, engineering, leadership skills. And necessarily they're not transferable from always like age-old industries where people have been working for really big companies and so forth. So there's obviously a little bit of adjustment, and then how do you get engineering who are really, really vested in what you're doing and know how to do it professionally. I echo, one of the talks today, more mechanical engineers, more chemical engineers. We need all of those skill sets because we're dealing with, elements. So we need people who know how to engineer stuff.
I'm going to agree with what both of you have said and then add that some of the stuff that we've talked about is we're going to require unprecedented rollout of projects. So you're not talking 1 to 2 large infrastructure projects a year, you're talking tens and then hundreds. And that requires quite a different operating model where you might go from kind of bespoke project engineering for a specific plant to optimize it to just having to go in manufacturing mode and putting out plants that look like each other and just people that know how to follow standard operating procedures, and how many people out there have kind of written that standard operating procedure from scratch versus just followed them. So you need that kind of skill set that can start from scratch. So I will end it with probably a plug back to the professional services, which is where I come from. But like when you think about these operating models, there's probably a role for kind of the management consultancies out there. But I was thinking more also lawyers. At the moment, these offtake agreements are happening very bilaterally. Like, how do you agree with somebody something for a project that's not already done and build in the right risk sharing across the various different parties? Well, you need a lot of lawyers. Eventually, this is going to have to be a tradable commodity. You need a lot of bankers.
I'll just quickly echo what Amy said as well. It's like also the supply chains, the logistics, the raw materials, like all of that kind of needs to happen like off a conveyor belt, kind of like why solar and wind came down in price per kilowatt is that they had this like serial manufacturing, modularity and all that inbuilt. Whereas, hydro or nuclear or something are like super expensive and only getting more expensive. So you don't want to go down that like custom built route like Amy is saying. And so kind of like not just the engineers, but everybody who understands that is like critical for companies.
Yeah, I love these examples and such a good question. The only other one that I would actually add is, speaking of transparency being core to trust, and I come from the data and AI space, is how might we leverage actually data science, IoT, machine learning to bring more transparency and efficiency to tracking so we can ensure the quality of carbon removals.
Amazing question, thank you. And the last thing I would add is, and this has been actually really interesting for me moving into the climate space a few years ago. We celebrate the gender diversity on this panel. I spend a lot of time in incredibly white rooms, this one included, and I think if we're really going to have a just transition where everyone's included, then we also have to make sure that there is talent that comes from around the world, because it's all well and good for us to sit here and say, oh, we're going to include the global south, but not give these jobs, especially the senior jobs, to people from those communities. So I think that's another facet that we can all work on. But thank you so much for that question, and we have time for at least one more.
Yeah, you mentioned, or you touched on getting trade, actually companies wanting to buy the product. And like I said, everything is bilateral. So which from a corporate compliance regulation point of view, trader mandates, it's a complete nightmare. Do you see the kind of the removal market and voluntary market moving to some kind of listed exchange type of thing? The regulated or the compliance market is already on the things like EEC and a couple of exchanges. And I think there's one more or less voluntary carbon market, air carbon exchange in Dubai, and that's about it. That you can't trade if people don't have access to listed products. You need a prospectus, you need kind of, if you think about scale, that you need this capital market infrastructure, KYC, AML, settlement. You want to settle 10 billion tons, say, times $100. That $1 trillion is not going to be done on PDFs and a spreadsheet. That needs infrastructure.
Or with massive sales teams.
Yeah, I guess the massive trading desks are taking that role a little bit in the voluntary carbon market where, energy majors, super majors or banks or something like this. But yeah, totally echo that when we need the regulated market or something similar to kick in to be able to bring that assurance to buyers?
That's certainly a possible direction for reaching scale. Yeah.
All right. Thank you. We have 1 minute left, which might not be enough for another question, but I think I just wanted to really thank the panel for their candid, honest, passionate responses. Thank all of you for the questions and the attention. Thank Chris and Alina and all the organizers for having us. And I suppose we can continue the conversations into the evening. But yeah, Chris, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Hello? Number one? Okay. Yeah, thank you very much, Marta, and all the ladies from this panel, which I really, really enjoyed. Super to have an all-women panel, which is such a different vibe from an all-men panel or a mixed panel. Thank you very much for that. So we're drawing towards the end of our evening, and we hope that you have really found this useful and valuable. As I said before, we hope that you will leave with more questions than you came with, so I hope we've met your expectations. I would like to say that this event was organized at very short notice. So Alina here, who joined the team on the 18th of April, on her first day, just started working on this event, and it's all down to her. And so I just wanted to express my thanks to her, because she certainly she certainly exceeded my expectations. So thank you very much. Thank you very much, and I think this is a good standard to set, an amazing standard to set. I don't know if we can beat it next time, but hopefully we can. Alina thinks we can. So thank you very much. I think there's a few minutes left for you to mingle and chat. I think we need to be out of here by 7. So but yeah, we can stay a little bit longer if you need to. So we will be sharing, so let me just get this right, because Alina's prepared for me some things to say. So we will be sharing with you a post-event info pack with the live stream recording, with pictures, the resources that were mentioned, and various opportunities to engage with NEP, and obviously opportunities to provide us with feedback for what you liked and didn't like, or thought could be better about the event. So we look forward to continuing to interact with you. But that's it. That's all, folks, for the evening, and hopefully see you again soon. Thank you.